Hello and welcome to the Greater Restoration charity stream. Tonight we will be playing a game of Blades in the Dark, all to benefit the charity of Hello and welcome.
Hi guys, I'm Sing Kitty 32, aka Kitty as everybody knows me, and I will be playing the
Violent.
I'm Sing
That's me.
Christy.
I'm Christy. I'm glass flippers pretty much everywhere on the internet. I'm going to be playing Slingshot. She is ex-military veteran hound, and she has her faithful gray poodle Rhino by her side. She's kind of out of the business right now, though, so she just likes a little bit of a low-key life. I use she/her pronouns.
And Raven.
Hello. I love that the last thing that was on the caption for me was "and the other half is crime" for this whole time. That was amazing. Hi, I'm I am Raven. I am a professional game master and game designer, and I do a whole bunch of other stuff in the tabletop space. And then I am playing Minerva Baker, aka the Fox. She is a somewhat belligerent, usually intoxicated mercenary that really enjoys violence. So she's going to be a really fun character to play today.
Nice. Apparently there were some audio things, so we got Christy and Raven. So let's kind of go back. Cher, can you please tell us about yourself and your character?
Yes, indeed. So once again, my name is That Gamer Share, pronoun she, her. I am a black bisexual actress, content creator, and streamer, and also one of the proud co-founders of Femme Gamer Party. Tonight, I am playing your incorrigible slide, Jasmine Delacroix.
Nice, thank you. And then Kitty.
Hey everybody, I'm Kitty. I'm absolutely chaos. You can find me on anywhere as Insane Kitty 32. I will be playing our demolitions expert, Astrid. I'm our cutter. And yeah, I have a secret that you will all find out later on in the game.
Oh my.
Also, I
Oof.
got jerky.
Ooh. And Ray.
I am Strike Red Kite. I will be playing Wraith, the somewhat bookish whisper of the group. And you can find me all over the internet at Strike_Red Kite, and I use he/him pronouns.
Nice. So now that we've all been introduced, let's dive right in. So all of these criminals before you are part of the same crew, eponymously known as them. Uh, they operate within the city of Duskval, and they have recently suffered a loss. Their boss and leader, one. Ooh. Damien Harlow was killed by some other gang. Uh, Apparently, they were lured to a certain spot where a different gang sprung a trap, and that resulted in Damien's death. And now them are looking to get a little bit of revenge. So, during our last session, I believe that uh, Wraith was able to grab some evidence as to who might be responsible for this. It was a black pin in the shape of a raven's feather or a crow's feather. And so you assume that it was the gang, the Crows, that did this, because this is basically their calling card.
Yes, but we did want to check out and make sure that it wasn't a counterfeit when we got back to home base.
Yes,
Sure,
it
let's
is
call
true.
this let's call this a like a downtime activity. What how are you checking this? What are you doing?
I've got study, so my thought was to basically sort of compare its construction to what I know of the gang itself, what they're capable of, and that sort of thing, and see if this is at least vaguely in the right ballpark for what we're looking at, or obviously incorrect, or something along those lines. I don't know
Sure,
that I'm
sure.
super familiar with this other gang, so I don't know that I necessarily will be an authority of any sort.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll your study, please.
All right, and is this risky
This is
or
controlled standard.
controls?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, you got a 4. Um, so Wraith is sort of the bookish type, right? You deal with a lot of facts, a lot of studying, and in your studies, you've learned how to break down certain paints to see what they're made of, and you find that the paint on this pin is mostly made of coal dust, and that's what stains it black. And comparing it to other pins from the gang, the Crows, they are similarly made from an ink derived from coal dust. So you're fairly certain that they are there to blame for this activity.
All right, that's all I needed to hear.
Nice. I believe that there were also some people who suffered some wounds and accumulated some stress when you went to investigate what was going on. Um, we're not going to roll this the way that we would in a regular game. Just tell me how you indulge in your vices to get rid of your stress. Um, and then we can just like hand wave everything and clear everything off. Who'd
I
like to
will
go
go
first?
first.
Go ahead.
Right, I shall. So, Astrid, who you all see, is a tall woman with shoulder length white hair. She has one eye that is violet, and the other eye that is actually golden with a large scar going across. Her clothing is all in black because, unfortunately, she is a upfront fighter, so she gets bloody a lot, and getting blood out of black is easy. So her advice is actually going out through the secret passage into the graveyard to talk to the group's grandparents, well, grandmothers in the sewing circle. So she is literally sitting in the graveyard talking to old ladies who are ghosts.
Nice. Did you find any new recipes?
I mean, yes, of course I did.
Every time.
Every time.
All
You
right.
learn something new.
Who else? Who else would like to indulge in their vice?
Wraith will probably take some downtime to basically curl up with some of his favorite books, all of which are, first print edition and the finest of his particular personal collection. Um, but I imagine that despite them being like first editions and fairly rare, that they're like really trashy books. Like these are not like high classics. They're just like the equivalent of like a gilded copy of a Harlequin romance.
Nice. Actually, that sounds really rare even now. So
Well,
congrats on
exactly.
finding
That's
that.
they're extra rare. He's also put very rare stickers on the inside of the book to make them even more rare.
Stick. I love it. I love it. Personalize that shit. Yeah, who's next?
If I may, DM, if it's all
Go
right.
ahead. Yeah.
I admittedly had been missed. I missed out on session 0, but I think that there might be a certain stress that Jasmine has gone through lately. She has a tendency as a spy. Subclass of slide to dip her toe into different social circles around town, make sure to keep an eye and an ear out for anything lucrative where she could possibly either broker information or, perform a heist of her own for her own purposes. And here lately, her latest gig was more than likely at a brothel that recently got turned out as a bordello of blood, so to speak. Which, number one, the fact that she was unaware that it was happening right under her nose stressed her out very greatly. Let's be clear about that. And then, secondly, of course, the brothel got shut down as a result. So there went her gig, that was very lucrative for quite some time. So I think to decrease the stress of that abrupt end to her lucrative gig, I think she took to fleecing Johns here and there out on the streets. Thus, one of her favorite drinks, it's actually called Death in the Afternoon. Because if you're not, out of it enough for her to fleece you of all your valuables when you first meet her after having that drink, perhaps she has a little something in her poison ring, for example, that she'll tip into one's drink, and you'll wake up with a headache and a lighter pocket, unfortunately. But makes her feel much better.
Nice. Nice. We love a businesswoman.
Mhm. You want them?
Yeah, who's next?
I think that Slingshot would take Rhino out for a walk, and she would be on her way to her favorite smoke shop and maybe try and find out a little bit of information. She'll maybe at some point want to stop by Damien's office and go through his desk, but she's going to go to the smoke shop first. But I think she and Rhino go walking. I think Rhino diverts her, and it's how that she catches back up with Jasmine, because I think that Jasmine is Rhino's favorite. Slingshot's pretty convinced that dog will just go straight for her, and so we'll collect her and fill her in on what happened, and then go smoke some and go back and get the others.
And again, Rhino is your dog.
Rhino is a toy poodle.
Mm.
She's gray, little gray toy poodle.
The bestest girl in the world. Yes.
Yeah.
And Minerva, did you want to indulge in your advice?
I do. Excuse me. So Minerva is into the weird and the occult a bit, but it really amounts to like kitchen witch type stuff. So she has these potions, which are basically just fancy cocktails with some herbs in them. So she's probably drinking one or two or six of those while she bandages up her arm that got stabbed. And then I think once she's done with that, she's going to want to kind of go out and try and find kind of leads on where everybody went after all the destruction. So she's probably walking around the city going like, "Ah, man, they're still doing road work. There's all these drills and hammers. I think they would have finished that like weeks ago."
Do you stand around while they like do the road work?
Yeah. She probably like stands to the side, just watching them, trying to
Nice,
see any signs of suspicious behavior.
nice. Yeah, and I imagine that since the attempted destruction of your crew, all of you have been laying low for a while. And because of that, you all have noticed that the crows have very quickly been taking over your territory. They've been going to different shop owners, offering them uh, better protection, so to speak, and asking, "Oh, well, where are them? Well, we can handle your protection if they can't, etc., etc." And they have invited some of the holdouts to a certain party uh, in the Vale, which is a restaurant in the night market district of Duskfall. Um, and you all see this as an opportunity to perhaps strike because they promised these holdouts that they would give them a demonstration of the crow's power in order to convince them to, in fact, pay them the extortion. Oh, I mean, the protection money they're owed. Um, the only problem you see at this point is that the night market has been designated neutral territory by the other underground or criminal factions in the city. And so you know that without special dispensation, doing anything to the crows here would be tantamount to declaring war on the rest of the criminals in the city if they catch you or anyone associated with you. So what do you do?
Do we
Not get
know
caught.
what connections Damien had to would the rest of the organizations be on board with this revenge because they also had a
You've you've
gentleman's agreement with Damien?
you've heard tales of people who have gotten this special dispensation to do violence in the night market. And one of the exceptions that the higher ups, like the bigger criminal organizations in the city, allow is to carry out a revenge. And you know that you don't have to get like approval from all of the crime bosses. You only have to get it from three people. Sorry, three organizations: the Hive, the Foundation, and the Unseen. These are the biggest in the city, and so if they say yes, then everyone else has to abide by their decision.
So it sounds like we've got two choices. We can either ask permission or not get caught.
Or ask forgiveness?
I was about to say that too. Like we could also just do it and go, "Oops, I mean, is this okay? Sorry."
I feel like
Although,
we
who
were
needs
bereft.
to
We didn't have
ask
leadership.
forgiveness? Who needs to ask forgiveness if the other party is no longer breathing? Mm.
I mean, I
Yeah,
could just
a
say that
complaint.
I was trying to kill this target and they decided to go there. And nitroglycerin was a little bit too much that time. Just a little bit, and things went out of hand. You know, accidents.
Oh, I think so. And might I add, I think do I have an agreement, an accord with my other fellow players that Minerva is probably the one who who came up with helped us come up with our signature drinks that we all
Probably.
use for
Most likely,
for
yes.
nefarious or just recreational purposes at one point or another. So, well, I think I wonder because Jasmine has cloak and dagger as part of her makeup as slide. Is there any way that she could have slipped in or infiltrated the ranks of this organization, made connections, perhaps even with an individual or two over there, even though they're kind of our rivals. But after all, we are going towards a neutral territory, so to speak. So, there's less fear of reprisal if we are even if anyone even deigns to uh watch us converse in the open, even that sort of thing.
It sounds like you are trying to acquire an asset, by which I mean a connection within the crows.
Indeed.
Uh, so what stat do you think? Well, actually, if you're trying to make a connection,
Mm.
then that kind of sounds like ta, 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 consort.
Consort,
Yeah.
yes, I would think so. I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So
So you can roll that.
all
I would
right.
like to help her if
Sure, sure.
possible. And I think the help looks like when you're going on these things, much to her chagrin, Slingshot will wear whatever you tell her to wear and looks like you're a muscle when you are the more dangerous of the two of us. And people just don't catch that.
Got it. And with that help, DM, how many d6 am I rolling then? What do you say?
Um, so how many ticks do you have in your consort
For
skill?
consort, that would be. Mm, I don't believe I have anything special when it comes to slide. Oh, actually, I have one in that as my starting actions,
Okay.
and
Then
then
yeah.
yes.
So with Slingshot's help, you can add another die to that. You
Excellent.
can increase or you can increase the effect from standard to great. Now, effect dictates how good things get if
Mm,
you roll well.
okay. All right. So two to start. Here we are, and I've got a 3 and a 1.
All right.
So.
Not too good.
Mm,
So three is a failure, but to acquire an asset, 1 to 3 still means you get one, but they are what is the equivalent of a mail room clerk in a criminal organization? Maybe like a messenger?
a
You know a
messenger,
messenger.
probably. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
someone who's like
All
at the
right.
very lowest rank of
Got it.
the yeah.
Which can still be very effective
True.
because at a lower rank, that low, they're usually not
Invisible.
even noticed. They're
Yeah.
invisible, right? Also, as a point of clarity, since I also have cloak and dagger, I have a fine disguise kit as one of my slide items. I don't know if that helps to augment the covert nature of when I meet up with this mailroom clerk, but I figure I'd mention it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm,
Yeah, I think that just gets you in the door because they would have known like the members of them. And so to kind of like obfuscate your identity, your fine disguise would help there. So,
got it. And
yeah.
for those at home, just to describe what Jasmine looks like, she is in her late 30s. She has dark brown skin, blonde hair, pot curls, a bit of a side braid to one side. It's her look is sharp and chaotic, but she will look someone directly in their eyes, even as they stare at the very terribly ugly scar on the side of her cheek. Looks like it was a stitched job, very hastily, did not heal well, but it helps to enhance that rather sharp tone anytime she happens to look at you.
Nice. Um, would anyone else want to engage in a downtime activity, perhaps acquire an asset or something else?
I think Wraith is probably going to do some studying on the night market specifically. Like
Sure.
the map of the sewers came in awfully handy, so maybe some intelligence on where we're gonna be would be a good thing.
So what does that look like? What are you pacing the streets? Are you looking like in a
I
file
think it
room at the building
probably
department?
starts with research at like the city planner's office or
Okay.
whatever the equivalent in this world would be, and then once that is confirmed and he's got an idea of what's there and what is available that way, then it will be all right. Now let me walk the streets and see what it is, because I'm assuming is the night market a static location or does it shift as necessary? Like, does it like rotate between places? So that, I mean, I would assume with criminally activity, even in
It
a dystopic world, that we're
it
probably
is a
rotating it.
it is a static place, but
Okay,
the cellars change constantly.
gotcha.
Although the Vale is one of the staples of the district. Um, but yeah, you can certainly look around, sort of walk the streets if you want. That sounds like either a survey or a prowl.
Well, I sure hope it's going to be a survey, because prowling is not really a wraith thing per se.
Is there any
Um,
way that perhaps Jasmine can help with that? I do believe prowl is a slide specialty, at least.
Sure.
Yes, I have a +1 to prowl, actually. So I don't know if there's any lessons, perhaps. I think it would delight Jasmine to further corrupt her fellow comrades every once in a while by like teaching one or two to pick a lock or to teach someone to sneak around a little bit better. If there's any way that I'm able to help.
Sure, sure. Yeah, take one stress. Also, Slingshot, take one stress for helping Jasmine as well. And Wraith, you can either increase the dice that you're gonna roll, or you can improve your effect from standard to great.
let's improve the effect from standard to great and hope that I roll well for a change.
All right, good luck.
And is this still controlled?
This is controlled.
Thank you, Dice, for always being there when I need you. I really appreciate it.
Oof.
It will come out later, most likely.
So that was a 3, and I think that you have a general sense of the location, but again, like the night market is constantly changing. People are like coming and going. So although you have like today's layout, you're not sure if that's gonna stay for the Crows party.
Well, we got what we got, and hopefully we'll make it work.
Mhm.
You said the booths change. Is that something that we could take advantage of and maybe take them on the road, so to speak?
Sorry, I don't. What do you mean take
Like
them on the
set up a
road?
booth, like take them and just set up a little antique booth or a.
In the night market?
Mhm.
We are testing out new drinks tonight.
I mean that could be a an angle to take when you start your engagement. Um, but I think we're currently like in the pre-job phase.
Okay.
So if we're all done with the preparations, we can go on to that.
I do want to do something first.
Go
I
ahead.
would like to talk to the spirits to see if they can give me information about the crows. So, can I use a tune to talk to them and see if they heard anything of interest that would help us out?
Yes, you can use that.
Okay.
Uh, are you talking to your old lady friends in the graveyard?
Of course I am.
Of course.
Okay. Would this be controlled?
Yes, this is controlled.
Okay. And standard?
Controlled standard, yeah.
Okay. And no bonus dice? That is, would it be a 6?
Oh, wow. Um
Glad one of us can roll well.
Wonderful.
I
yeah,
have 2 black cats. What can I say? They bring me luck.
the grannies that you usually talk to are more than happy to talk about the Vale. Apparently, the restaurant has been there for like decades. It was old even when they were young, and so they give you like a ton of like tame and raunchy stories about their time in the night market and in the Vale in particular. And you learn that the restaurant has 3 levels. The ground level is where most people come when they visit the restaurant and are just like seated by the maitre d'. The second level is full of private rooms, but those private rooms have walls that can be moved to open up the space and merge spaces together. But one of them, I think the oldest of the ghosts, says, "Ah, but you ladies have never been to the special private room, have you? There's another table in the basement beyond the kitchens. In that space where they that place where they keep all of their wines and their rums and their vodkas. There's a table there for all of their VIP guests." And you hear like the other ghost ladies kind of arguing like, well, I was VIP, no, I was VIP. But that's kind of the gist, the most of the information that you get from that, Astrid.
Good. Always rely on the old people. They tell the best stories.
All right, if we're done with our preparations.
Yeah, I think Minerva's gonna hang back because she's more like the chainsaw than the scalpel for the crew. So during the subtle work, I think she just hangs back. But I like the idea of having like a maybe like a little mini booth in the night market, maybe like a mobile
No, Salem.
bar type deal.
Mhm.
Um, so I think Minerva might be prepping um, lots of like high proof alcohol for the event that maybe there needs to be a bunch of Molotov cocktails thrown into the night market later.
Mhm.
So that's kind of what she's doing, is getting all of that ready.
Yeah, so as all of you kind of come back together, share your information, and start discussing your plans to wreck this party of the crows. What let's kind of go into the engagement role. Now, every job must start with the engagement. And I cannot believe that I have not bookmarked this yet in my copy of the game. And I'm talking now because I'm trying to Vamp.
Look
Oh,
at
there it
that.
is.
While you're, I mean, if you need for anyone to vamp, I think our kitty friend is stealing the show just a bit. Look at that
Oh,
beautiful coat.
where's all
Oh, so
so
precious.
shiny,
Yes, this is
Ooh.
Salem. He's two.
baby.
Hello, Salem. Yes.
Yes, you are a
All
handsome boy
right.
too.
So you can choose to do this job in 6 different ways. You can make this an assault, which is to do violence to a target. You can deceive, which is to lure, trick, or manipulate. You can be stealthy to trespass unseen. You can use the occult, engage in a supernatural power. You can be social, negotiate, bargain, or persuade. Or you can transport. You can carry cargo or people through danger.
So I have a question.
Uh huh.
What if we need to combine multiple things? Is that doable, or do we have to pick one and stick to it?
Let's talk about it. What do you think? What is your plan, and what do you think you would need to combine?
So I have an idea that comes from my years and years of Vampire the Masquerade LARPing.
Ooh.
Back in the day, when you had a target what needed killing, it was often frowned upon to do so right in the middle of the party where everybody is, because obviously they're people and they're socializing and they got all dressed up for this and they don't want to sit there and have to do combat rounds all night. So you would take them to what we called a kill box. So you lured them into what was affectionately called Backstab Alley, and then you jumped them so that you could kill them away from where everybody was. So, what if we deceived and tricked people with our wonderfully social members here into luring the crows outside of the night market and into Backstab Alley, where our chainsaw can cut them into pieces?
Can they
I
also
think
use
we
explosives?
I mean, sure. Why
I
not?
think we already have the lure because they think Slingshot is the one who's dead.
Indeed.
It is true.
Mm.
Yes.
And so if I just go
So-
wandering through the night market,
Exactly.
I feel
So
like
all of a
that's
sudden,
a little bit of
if the dead person is wandering through, they're definitely going to be curious at the very least.
Yeah.
So if we
Right.
can lure the crows out of safety and into where we've laid a trap for them, I feel like that might lend itself to all of our skills fairly well. We can set up demolitions ahead of time. We can set up a good point for combat and not have to necessarily worry about getting permission because we technically didn't break any rules.
Yes.
Correct.
We took it outside, like you are supposed to in these situations.
Balaam started
Mhm.
it.
It's true. They
I mean, they started it, and certainly revenge is one of those things that we could have absolutely sought permission for, but we didn't even need to get permission for it because we know what we do.
You know the rules. That sounds like a deception plan to me.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Now,
I agree.
so the method of deception is we use slingshot as a lure to get them out of the night market. Basically, is that correct?
Indeed. And
Yes.
if Slingshot would permit, I think Jasmine would assist with her fine disguise kit to perhaps like give more of that haunted look around the eyes and, maybe blood dripping and gore, that sort of thing. Oh, it'd be a whole entire high end Halloween show happening. Yes,
So I am
bleeding from the
sulking.
eyes.
I'm sulking that I had to get rid of my duster to continue and leave my duster behind to convince them that I was the one who died. So I am grudgingly letting whoever make me look like whatever until I can have a new duster. So
Do we have
okay,
chains too? Do we have
Right, yes.
yeah,
Oh,
jingle.
yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Just to
all
make it even look better.
all right. So as you guys are
Yeah.
planning this out, you start packing your bags, and now we get to choose how much you're carrying for your loadout for this mission. Again, you don't have to choose what specific things in your inventory list you take with you. Just decide how much you're taking with you.
Oh, I think if we're going for deception, pack light, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I will be the one that packs heavy since I will be dealing with explosives and setting up the fun place.
There we go.
I will go normal. I'm not terribly sneaky anyway, and that way I've got a few extra options just in case.
To get away.
So we're setting up a kill box. Do we want to like have that bar booth kind of next to it?
Come this way
Because
for a
then
bit.
Minerva can like slide in behind once you pass.
Mm-hmm. Come for the liquor, stay for the kill.
We can
Yeah,
leave Rhino.
exactly.
We can leave
Exactly.
Rhino in the kill box so that she'll bark for you when there's somebody there. So you don't have to keep peeking back. You'll just get notified.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh, and I'm going to do light as well because I don't know that a ghost has. Well, I have my guns, so they're not visible.
All right. So we all have our loadouts. Now we go into the engagement roll. And so now we ask a series of questions. You start off with 1d6 for sheer luck. And then we ask, is this operation particularly bold or daring? I'd say yes. Like luring people into a kill zone from their celebratory party, basically. Yeah, that's pretty bold and daring. So 2d6. Is operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? No. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? Yes, it does. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have a particular defense against this? No. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight to this operation? Jasmine made that contact in the that courier, so that's 46. Are there enemies or rivals interfering with this operation? Yes.
Yes.
So that's -1. So that's back down to
Got it.
3. Are there any other elements you want to consider?
So we're at 3.
I wonder, is there a consideration for our doggo friend? Perhaps, one thing I think Jasmine excels at is being sorely underestimated by her enemies. So I think part of her disguise might even be that, with permission, of course, if our doggo friend is her seeing eye dog, for example, all she would need to do is just have a modest pair of shades on, that sort of thing, and perhaps she herself could put herself out there almost like a target herself. However, doggo friend loves her very much, as we've established, and could be very protective in a certain tight spot. Besides the obvious fact, yes, someone might not notice them being fleeced at a certain moment as well. So
Right.
I love
Okay.
that. And I
So
think that,
go ahead.
oh, sorry, when pretending that I'm dead, I think that it would help sell it that someone else has the dog.
Mhm.
Okay. So we can add 4. Sorry, we can add 1 more for that. So that's up to 4. But there is one other thing here that's subtracting 1.
okay.
So you might run into that later on. But you do have 3 dice that you can roll for this. So
Excellent.
who would like to make the engagement roll?
Not it.
Can I ask
I
you
will
one
do it.
question? I forgot one thing before we roll. Are there any of the people we protect that we want to make sure they don't go to this meeting? Like we don't want them to get hurt?
Ooh, that's a great question.
I don't No.
I think that's a question for you guys.
Because does the mailroom person, are they able to tell us? That might be what they tell us who got invited.
Right.
That's true.
I think the mailroom person, a young lad by the name of Basil, probably just coming into his own as a teenager, probably more than she'd like to admit. Jasmine has taken a shine to him as a young urchin trying to make his own way within this seedy underbelly that we exist in. Um, I think she would want him to steer clear. It's like after acquiring whatever information from him, it's like, why don't you, do your last assignment or pick an assignment that sends you at the opposite end of town for the
Are you
next
sure?
24
I
hours,
could
something like
be of
that.
great help to you. I mean,
I,
I know I'm only 10, but I can get into the tight spaces and
What if he changed the date to the people that were invited? Just like a last minute, oh, it's tomorrow, it's not today.
so no one
right.
shows up at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yes, we should do that. That would be very good. Send them out
Interesting.
the day
Yes.
before.
Because
Yes.
it's perfectly normal. I mean, dates change, venues change
All the time.
Especially in
All
the
time.
underground.
all the
Mm-hmm.
time.
Why don't we roll that
Absolutely.
into the engagement so that, if you roll well, then yeah, the crows are walking into an empty restaurant, but like, some things could change, or some people could just not get the letter in time or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe just I'm
Mm-hmm.
sitting in the restaurant.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Just
why
one
don't we
person.
who wants to make that engagement roll?
So it's three
Let's
rolls,
see.
right?
It is
Three.
3d6. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any specific actions that help to augment this role in any way? Like any of our
Oh no.
abilities or anything?
The questions that I asked like during the engagement are the augments
I
basically.
got it. Got it. Got
Yeah.
it.
So
Okay.
so it the engagement like represents like a concerted effort from the entire team to to pull off like the first half of the job basically.
Kitty, tell the class.
Yeah. What did we what
What
did
did
we
we roll,
roll?
Kitty?
What did you get?
A one. A
Oh
one.
dear.
And a
No. Oh my god.
I feel
It would
like
seem that Salem is the lucky of the pair.
We are just the worst.
The
I
best
mean,
laid
but
plans.
we did not purport in any sort of way that we were the best at this at all. I mean, really, but all right.
I mean,
Basil invites some more people.
we usually just do the murder of one person, not an entire group. That is not usually
That's
our.
fair. We don't
That's
normally do
true.
groups.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining like a documentary about this massacre, like, years later, and they're like, so they tried to empty the restaurant and it did not go well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Slingshot, you walk into this restaurant in your costume and in your makeup and your chains, and the party is in full swing. Um, sure, some of the letters got out, and a few people are missing here. Let's say the people that your crew really cares about. Well, we don't need to give them names right now, but they're not present. But there are still quite a few shop owners and civilians on this lower floor. Um, the veil gives off a vibe of being sort of like a speakeasy. Um, dark wood paneling walls, brass light fixtures, intricately carved bar furniture, and also tables inlaid with mother of pearl, et cetera, et cetera. It's very fancy. It smells like cigars in here, and the shop owners seem impressed by this wealth and this opulence, and they're generally quiet here on the lower floors, but you can hear some raucous laughter and voices coming out from the second floor. But you don't really have time to investigate that slingshot because one of the maitre d walks up to you and says, "Hello, are you part of the crowd here? Are you here for the crow's feast?
What else would I be here for?
All right. Well, may I see your invitation, please?"
And I just kind of, I'm like, I don't know. And I have like one pistol's here, another pistol's here. And then I'm like, would you like to see more invitations?
Yes, I would actually like to see the invitation. Also, those are very nice guns.
I'm going to walk past her.
This is a roll.
Let's light this candle, shall we?
Like,
This
slingshot's like,
We had this great plan. It's like,
Indeed.
invitation? Oh.
we didn't
This
think there'd be
works.
anyone there.
This works with rolls. I'm sorry.
I
This
feel like
is
Minerva's gonna be pulled in early on this one.
We're a little cocky, I guess.
yeah, this is a command roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
What do you-
not
what do you
even.
expect?
I'm gonna push myself.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, mark
is that-
2 stress.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
do you have any dice in command?
No,
Okay,
No
so
my
this
dice
is
are in consort. So, but that's for gaining access to places. So consort is that. Would you?
but command is command obedience with your force of
Mhm.
personality. So
Mhm.
Yeah, this is less, I'm really nice, you should let me in, and more, move out of the way, peasant.
Basically.
Not very
Mm.
commanding as a
You got
cartoon
them out of the
ghost.
way.
I know. All right. So do I
Um,
get? What is that?
this-
Just one die?
That's one die. This is desperate standard.
Oh. Yeah, desperate standard. I got a 4. Did it roll an extra? No, it just rolled. Yeah,
Oh,
4.
it just rolled. Okay, so
Or do I get one more?
No, because this is rolling as if you had 0 dice,
Right.
but because you spent the stress to gain 1, yeah, let's take the 4 from that. So you pass by the maitre d, who says, "Well, all right," and you kind of walk through the bar, and you see like a bunch of people looking at you, and you hear from above, people are saying, "What's the holdup? Where's the beer? Where's the wine?" And someone else is like, "Let me go downstairs and check." And as soon as they come to the landing on the stairs, they see you, and they say, "Hey, I think we have a visitor." And you start hearing other people from the second floor start down the stairs. Where is everyone else in this? Are y'all outside?
More than likely, Jasmine is already in position inside somewhere. You would see her in a pretty, a lacy floral high collar dress, a jaunty cap, shades, and as denotes someone who has a companion animal, who is, their seeing eye dog. Our doggo friend would be sitting quietly with her. She would have a hand on the table, and next to her hand would be a long cane. Um, Rich mahogany wood, long enough to be able to tap in front of her as she walks. So she is obviously, kind of overwatch a little bit, watching the motions of the room, while just quietly sipping and looking as inconspicuous as possible.
Then you see what's going on with Slingshot. What are you doing, Jasmine?
I am, if I happen to see that attention has suddenly come onto Slingshot, I think beforehand, more than likely, we've done heists before, we've done jobs before together. There's probably a signal where if she suddenly puts her drink down and her hand goes to her weapon, then that's the signal for everyone else to circle up because Slingshot is in trouble. So,
All right. All right. Yeah, so
Um,
you get the signal out.
Mhm.
Everyone else outside sees it. So what are you guys doing? Are we rushing in to the restaurant, into the Vale?
I think Minerva is um, at the booth. I imagine it's probably close enough that like she can hear things happening at the restaurant, but also close enough that she can just jump into the alley.
Mhm.
So normally she like always wears blue jeans and like a white t-shirt and a black leather jacket. But you know she's supposed to be a bartender, so she's dressing up for the occasion. So instead, she's got black leather pants, a tuxedo t-shirt, and a black leather jacket. Um, she's currently got just like a toothpick that she's chewing on, you know, in her mouth, wiping out some glasses. And as people come up and order drinks, she goes, "You don't want the alcohol here." And they're like, "Well, no, I do. You have a store. I want to order a drink." And she's like, "Customer's not right on this one."
But
Uh,
are you not open? Did you run out of alcohol? I don't. It looks tasty for what it's worth. I'd like to try some.
and she like slams the glass down on the table. She's like, "I don't think you're understanding me. Get out."
And they just like scurry off.
Yeah. So that's what Minerva's doing. She's just waiting to hear either the signal to jump into the alley, or hear that things have gone horribly wrong, and then she'll rush into the restaurant.
Yeah, and you see Jasmine. She is looking worried, and she has her hand on her pistol.
Okay. She might have like a hand going inside the jacket to get ready to pull out the claws that she has. But that's pretty much it for Minerva right now.
All right. Wraith or Astrid, what are y'all doing?
I think Wraith was probably waiting outside, and upon seeing the sort of the signal, like looks up from his newspaper conspicuously, like standing in what he assumes is perfect stealth, and just sort of looks around and starts making his way towards the entrance, fiddling with a key in his pocket just in case.
All right. Astrid?
Okay, Astrid is currently in the alley working on making it into a kill box. So if there's any pipes, she's actually made it where just a simple little ting would cause it to go boom.
Well, you do
And
see
yeah, she's
Minerva looking worriedly at the restaurant, looking like she's about to hop in there. Does that?
she kind of looks
So
at what she's working on, looks over at Minerva, going, "What is going on? What is plan?
I did all this work.
I think
This is
that
prime to go."
also part of the chaos that's about to erupt, that Slingshot does make eye contact with Jasmine, which is almost the equivalent of making her. Makes eye contact with the blind lady with the glasses. Yeah, that doesn't. And I think she's like, "I was just hoping you'd all come outside and take a look at the moon tonight. It's much more beautiful. The weather's really nice. I don't know why you're all in here." And she will turn around and walk out.
Got it.
She's going to
And
dare. She's going to dare them to start something because she knows she's fucked.
Okay, yeah, the person on the landing takes a shot at you.
Yeah.
How are you avoiding the
Face
shot?
shot first, I guess.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're defending ourselves now. This
See?
it's
There we go.
entirely
Well,
self-defense.
at least
There we
that
go.
one, right?
That's right.
They shot first.
At least we don't have to ask permission now.
Yep.
Least
Right?
culpability
It's self-defense.
possible. Mhm.
Oh. The lawyers in this crew, there's so many of them.
I guess is that. Wait, I need to look at this. Is this skirmish? Is this?
Yeah. If
Yeah,
if you're
skirmish.
kind of describe what you're doing. Are you like rolling out of the way? Are you like hopping over the banister? What do we see here as the audience?
So the person from the landing, can I get to them?
So you described yourself turning around and starting to walk away.
I did turn around, so I don't see them
Yeah.
shooting at me.
But you do hear the cock of the hammer. And so you have time here to like do something.
If I have enough time to turn back around and literally just slam them to the floor, I will. I think that she doesn't run from a fight. So she will go back with the intention of hopefully, I think the idea would be that this is the kind of situation where Jasmine gets out. Like that the rest of them get out. Because I usually make it out alive.
Okay. Yeah.
Usually. Yes.
Usually.
Roll that
Sometimes.
skirmish. Let's
I
hope.
think this is pushing myself again because everything went sideways real fast.
Yeah, if you would like to. I will caution you, if you get 9 stress, then you are knocked out.
Okay. This makes
so-
6.
Okay.
So I won't do
be
this
careful.
again.
Be careful.
All right. So what is the position for?
This is desperate standard.
It's my new thing. And I get 1 bonus die?
Yeah, you can give yourself 1 bonus die. You can improve it from desperate to risky, or you can improve it from standard to great.
Okay, so I'm going to risky, standard. Is it the bonus die and the improvement, or one or the other?
No, it's one or the other.
Oh, would have been nice. Okay, so desperate.
Again,
great.
you can ask me for a devil's bargain if you want
Okay.
to.
I would
gain
love a
another.
devil's bargain right now.
This can only end well.
This can
You-
only
Only.
well.
You meet one of the lieutenants of the Crows.
Oh.
Okay. And my choices are to walk away like this didn't happen, or what is my bargain
Oh.
here?
Your bargain is you can gain like an extra die, or you can improve it from
Okay.
standard.
So I
to
meet
great.
one of them. So then I get 2 extra dice.
Yeah, if
total?
you would like, yeah.
Okay. And then I meet the okay. Well, there's a 5. I apparently needed all 4 of those. I got a 3, a 3, a 3, and a 5.
Wow, that is rough. Yeah, you are able to rush up the stairs and tackle this crow member and run them into the wall, pretty much knocking them out. But when you straighten, you see, actually, you feel like a huge fist sort of like hit you in your back. Take the level 2 harm. What's
Oh dear.
a good? Because bruised
So-
sounds like level 1. What's a good upgrade from bruised?
I mean, certainly a slash
Herniated?
or 2, something.
Cracked my ribs. I don't know.
Okay.
Ooh.
Cracked
Yeah.
rib.
Bone is worse than a
Mm.
crack, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's do a
So
cracked rib.
go cracked.
Is that what I put in the 2 bar? Okay, correct.
Yeah, in the level 2 harm. And when you're able to turn back, you see this huge woman. Um, she looks like she's like an iron worker. She has both of her arms like out, wearing like thick overalls. And she has her hair like done up in a ponytail, and it's very curly. And she says, in a French accent that I will not be doing, but imagine as you will.
She is saying hello. Hello.
She is saying, "Hello, I am Margaret Bronson. I thought we killed you, but that's
I
okay.
thought I told you I prefer your hair down.
That's, well, let's see if you can make me put my hair down." What is everyone else doing? As Slingshot
I
is
think
getting-
are they if they've moved down to the landing, I think as soon as the haymaker hit slingshot, I think Jasmine already took her cane off of the table and please remind me again our lovely toy poodle's name.
Rhino.
Rhino, yes. I think Usher's Rhino clicks her tongue because, of course, Rhino is trained in these circumstances where things are popping off around to maintain composure, for example. But I think starts to tap her cane in front of her as if. With a worried look, like, okay, I'm hearing this commotion. Let me get out of here. But I think if this person has hit slingshot and they're already down the steps, I think they're going in a circuitous route. Jasmine is going in a circuitous route around the edge of the room to come up either alongside or behind this individual that's now threatening slingshot. And you would see her actually tap her cane twice, really hard on the edge of it, and there's a blade that pops out. It's actually a sword cane. So she'd like to take a swing at this individual. If that's all
Yeah,
right.
go for it. Yeah, that also sounds like a skirmish.
All right. And how many d6 am I rolling for that then?
How many d6 do you have in the stat?
Let's see. I do not. I don't
So
think I have any in that one.
if you have 0,
But
then you roll 2d6 and take the lowest, but you can also push yourself or
okay.
take a devil's bargain
All
or both.
right. Let's see. I have. Let me see. Is there anything else? I have. Oh, actually, excuse me. I have skirmish +1 as the spy. So that's just +1. Not +1 die, but just +1. Correct? Okay. All right.
I
So we
think
have
that
at
is
least.
one die. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one
Oh,
die. I'm
okay.
pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, excellent. So that's 2d6 then. That
Are
I'm rolling.
you
Is that correct?
pushing yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
And
cool, cool,
how
cool.
would I do that on my sheet?
Just mark down 2 stress
Got it.
to
Okay,
push yourself.
got it.
Can I be of any help in my
Um,
current position?
I mean, you're currently a distraction of sorts.
Oh, that's
I would
fair.
imagine.
yeah, if you want to keep Marguerite busy by talking to
Mhm.
her, we could count that as help. But you will have
Right.
to tick off 1 more point of stress.
Oh dear. Oh, you're
Yep,
coming
that's-
dangerously close, dear.
Yep.
Don't
that's
worry.
you.
Minerva will be there in a second to make the problem even worse, but different. So don't
Oh
worry.
dear.
Perfect.
All
We
right.
love it.
I
If
should
if
go
you
last.
got it.
Is this
If you're
consort? Yeah.
No, you don't have to
Oh, okay.
you don't have to roll a slingshot. You just automatically give Jasmine the help. So
Excellent. So
Jasmine,
that's is one more d6 for
you
that
can
height.
add one more d6, or you can improve it from desperate to risky, or you can improve it from standard to great.
If I improve it to risky, is that additional stress?
No, no.
Okay.
Also, risky, desperate, and controlled. Those determine how bad it gets if you roll
Mm.
badly. If you roll
Okay.
badly, yeah.
Got it. To be fair, I think this is a risky maneuver. So, because as soon as I do this, I am verily exposed. So, all right.
Mhm.
So, 3d6 by my count.
All right.
Here we go. Ooh, okay.
What you got?
All right. We've got 1 4. We've got 1 5, but we've got 1 1.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So we take the highest, which is a
Nice. So
5.
5.
Okay.
So you are able to slash at
Okay.
Marguerite's back.
Okay.
That is her HP. Um, but she is fairly good at these close-handed brawls. So she kind of like goes with your slash, turns around, and sweeps your leg.
Ooh,
So
okay. Got it.
you are sweeps your leg and kind of like pins you to the
Got
ground.
it. Okay.
So
All right.
you are pinned by her.
Got it. Now that she has turned her attention on me, does that now give Slingshot back another opportunity?
Let's have
Okay.
other people
Or other
take a
folks?
turn. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
I
Minerva,
definitely,
Astrid, right? Go ahead.
yes, I definitely want to come in here and do something. So, hearing the commotion, Minerva has grabbed a bottle of Everclear or world equivalent of that
Mhm.
um, with a bar towel. So she's quickly stuffing that into the bottle while she's running. And as someone once said, if you have a problem, just throw a Molotov cocktail, and then you have a different problem. Um, so she lights that and is just going to chuck it at the bar in this restaurant, wherever the bar is.
Sure,
Just going to be
sure.
like, Robert!
Uh,
Also, she has Ballroom Blitz blaring on her phone.
we love a soundtrack. That that sounds like a wreck. Because it doesn't sound like you're trying to cause harm to people. You're just like trying to distract them.
Did we just
Oh
turn
yeah,
this into a very dark
straight
version
up
of
chaos.
Guardians of the Galaxy or something?
Possibly.
This feels like a kung fu hustle scene.
I think you simultaneously hear Jasmine and Slingshot say, "Oh fuck, she's throwing a bottle." Like that we know that that's what
Oh,
that song
fuck.
means.
Yes.
See her running
Moment
up with a bottle,
Astrid
like,
hears
"Oh,
that
shit, not
sound.
again."
The moment Astrid hears
Um,
that song, she's just like, yes,
It's
not
time.
again.
It's time.
Wraith has to put down his paper. He's like,
um, all right, so I have no pips in rec, but I would like to be somewhat successful in that. So how do you get more? Is it 2 stress to push yourself and you get an extra
Yes.
one?
You can push yourself. Someone else can offer you help, or you can get a devil's bargain and/or.
Um, yeah, I think we're a little early for a devil's bargain. So I'm gonna do the stress.
Pacing ourselves, as it were.
Okay.
And
I
by
mean,
the
You
way,
have the
DM,
clock
what,
somewhere.
you
by
can
the way,
take
DM,
multiple.
Yeah.
just to let us know, what are some of the other blokes doing as part of that group that was on the second floor?
Yeah,
From
they're rushing down. They're actually coming in behind you, Slingshot, and they look like they have rope to tie you up, Jasmine.
Okay.
Is
Just
this risky in this
This
case?
is desperate standard.
Desperate? Okay. And then effect is standard?
If standard, yeah.
Okay. And
Good
then
luck.
bonus dice is 1 because the pushing, right?
Hmm.
All right, cool.
Okay.
2.
Yeah,
dear.
you throw the Everclear into the bar, and all of it just goes up in flames. Uh, people people are screaming. The civilians are running out of this restaurant. Although all of the employees seem to be missing, like they've just like evaporated once the violence started. Um, but
They're
now,
not getting paid enough to
yeah,
deal with any of this.
period. Yeah, they're like, nope,
Nope.
They know
nope,
where all the
not
secret
this.
Nope.
spaces
Right out
are.
of there. All right.
Um, but unfortunately, now there is a wall of turned over chairs and tables and like fire between Minerva, Wraith, and Astrid, and Slingshot and Jasmine.
Okay. Ugh.
Wraith and Astrid, what are you guys doing?
So
A little help.
I have a weird idea. Astrid, why don't
Okay.
you go first?
No, go first, because mine's slightly complicated.
I mean, okay, well, sure. So one of the items that I get that doesn't count against my load is a ghost key, which refers to opening ghost doors. I don't really know what that means, but my assumption is that it's sort of like secret passageways in the Matrix, like I open a door and I go someplace that I'm not supposed to be. So I
Okay.
was hoping I could attune to the area, get an idea of the sort of spiritual side of the night market, and look for a secret ghost passage that I could cheat my way through to either get myself to a better spot or potentially rescue my teammates from fire. Because I have
Sure.
this sneaking suspicion that fire is going to become a problem.
Sure.
Oh, yes.
You're doing this outside of the veil.
So I'm heading in. So once Jasmine gives the it's on signal, like it's time to go inside. Then,
Yeah.
so I'll put down the newspaper and head inside and try and attune to get an idea of what I'm dealing with spiritually.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to push myself because this is absolutely a push yourself sort of situation. So risky standard with a bonus die.
Desperate standard.
Desperate standard with a bonus die. That does sound more like our style at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at that! A 4 success.
Okay.
Ish.
Ish.
Look,
Yeah.
that's better than most of my rolls so far today, so I'll take it.
I'm not judging you.
You attune into the like this ethereal space, and what does that usually look like for you, Wraith?
I assume that admittedly being an old World of Darkness junkie, I assume it looks a lot like the Shadow or the Hysil, the Umbra from Werewolf, various and sundry games. So it's everything's in a twilight sort of blues and grays and seems sort of. I assume that the way that it's described in the book is sort of there are ghost passages that may or may not be there in the real world, and so I assume that it's what is the sort of spiritual reflection of the world I'm looking at. You know, some buildings are still there, but maybe it's an older version of the building from 100 years ago that they hadn't fixed that fire exit yet, and so there's still a door into the back room that there isn't anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of look to it.
So here's the thing, and this is so very interesting that you chose to do this in the restaurant, because when you start attuning to the ethereal space, you start seeing dozens of ghost doors everywhere in the restaurant. They are covering the walls. Each one is so different from all the others. There are even like trap doors covering the ceiling and the floors. and they you can see like the wispy tendrils of a hand like slipping into one of these doors. And the cuff on their sleeve, it kind of looks like a waiter's sort of like cuff.
Mhm.
But you also see beyond this in the lower floor, there's a figure shining brighter than anyone else here, and it reminds you of the way Astrid looks when you look at her in the ghost field.
Oh dear.
And when you do this, that figure looks up at you and it says, "We have some uninvited guests." And it starts walking to the stairs to the ground floor.
Okay, well, it sounds like I've got something to do then. That's fine. We're all fine here. Everything's going according to plan. Astrid, what are you up to?
Oh, good. I get to have fun now. So, Astrid is looking at all her work, looks behind her, sees that a certain person has already disappeared with the sound of music. Knowing what this means, she takes a deep breath, looks at all the work that she just did, realizing it went to waste, then realizing, you know what, I'm not going to waste this. And so she's going to create a distraction, cause absolute chaos, and blow the alley up.
That tracks.
Because
See,
she knows.
different problem.
She knows how to make things look like accidents. Oh, place is on fire. Well, it blew up because of the stupid piping that the people haven't fixed in, what, 30 years?
Yeah, yeah.
That's one of the problems with this
Friends
town.
help friends blow shit up.
And
Yeah.
also, she
Wow.
wants to show uh, that one how to properly do this level of destruction. So,
Can we remind ourselves of one of the crew's special abilities? Was it something uh like silent killing, or what was it?
what was it?
We're very good at making it look like an accident, as I understand.
Right.
Okay.
Yep,
Sorry,
that's what we did.
you know what?
A gas leak. It's a gas leak. Clearly.
That makes
This
a lot
is-
more sense now. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
this is
fine.
Astrid's job. She's the one who fixes the problems that her crew does, and she's just like, I was really hoping this would happen later, but damn it. So she's gonna use Rec because she knows
Yeah,
what
that
she's
sounds
doing.
right.
I'm gonna push myself because and I'm debating if I want to take the Devil's Bargain and make this really, really beautiful explosion just to go chef kiss and chaos.
Would you?
You know what? I told chat, should I take chaos? And they said yes, so let's go for full on chaos. It's a
So
one shot, anyways.
here's your bargain. The explosion draws attention from the hive, which, to remind you, is one of the bigger criminal organizations who kind of
Okay.
like enforces crime law here, or whatever that is, whatever that means.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm gonna put it up to my crew. Should I go for it and go for absolute chaos?
Absolutely.
I
1000%.
You've
Okay.
already gone for absolute chaos if you
Yeah,
insulted
let's
Minerva's
go for it.
style. If you said you did it wrong, I feel
Let's
like
just
you
go
have already.
fully. I have 2 cats. We should be good. Okay,
There you
so what is it risky for this position?
This is
since I'm
desperate
outside?
standard.
Okay,
Yeah.
desperate. Standard. And I get 2 dice. And let's see. Salem, give me luck. That's a 5.
Hey!
Okay, you do get a 5. Yeah, you pull it off, and actually you were able to pull it off when no one else was in the buildings adjoining this explosion. So no one else has gotten hurt here. Um, but the let's see what's it called. The normal members of the crow have noticed the sound from outside, and a few of them are walking out onto the balcony on the second floor of this restaurant, and they're kind of looking out to see if anyone else is there to kind of like jump them. So I think from now on, this sort of like splitting of the crows has eased the desperation of the situation. So y'all are more risky than desperate now.
And can I just say, as she's walking out of the alley, can she look up towards the balcony and really smell, just to add to that terror during this wreck moment?
Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
I think that is a great point to take a bit of a break. We will be back. We're gonna refill our drinks, take a little refresher, and we will be back for the thrilling conclusion of this restaurant destruction. I don't.
This bar room blitz.
It's a bottle of this.
Exactly.
All right, we'll see you then. Hello, and welcome back to the Greater Restoration charity stream. This is all to benefit the Take This organization, uh, 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 who uses the money to benefit people who are struggling with mental illness. Um, we are just playing a fun little game of Blades in the Dark, very low pressure. Nothing bad is happening
No stakes
unless
whatsoever at all.
just a story of
Definitely not walls of fire.
yeah, walls of fire, people getting wrestled to the ground, broken ribs, etc., etc.
This
All in
is
the name of
fine.
revenge. Yeah, no one's dead yet. It's fine.
Yeah, like I don't know that anybody's actually taken any harm yet. Like for
Uh,
all that the plan has gone 1,000% off the rails,
yeah.
we haven't
Yes,
Oh, wait, no,
our,
it's
our
not
dear
real.
Oh yes, that's
slingshot
right.
has
The
Slingshot
actually.
broke her ribs,
Okay,
unfortunately. Yeah.
Mhm.
Marguerite was none too gentle with her. But
that's right.
speaking of, yeah, let's go to Slingshot and Jasmine. A few of the underlings coming down the stairs have gone back up to investigate a bang that has come from outside. But coming up from the basement are a few others, but also Marguerite is pinning you down, Jasmine. So what are you guys
Mm.
doing?
Indeed. As she is pinned down, I think Jasmine in particular would have more than one hidden blade, if I might say. So she probably reaches for her garter and takes out a dagger from there and tries to stab Marguerite with the hand that's pinning her currently, if that's
Yeah,
possible.
sure. Roll your
Let's
skirmish.
see. Yes, indeed. And I would get a +1 to this roll. Okay, so that's a 4. +1, I guess, would be a 5 total.
So the plus one just tells you like how many dice you're able to roll. So you
Oh, I'm
can roll
sorry.
one
Let
die.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let me. Okay, well that's a 1. So,
Well, no,
but
so you rolled the four.
okay.
So that's what we're gonna go with. Um,
Okay.
you are able to you are able to wound Marguerite, but in the process, she grabs your wrist and just squeezes. So take level one harm,
All right.
broken hand.
Youch. Okay. Right.
I think
I think in sheer um just defiance, she would still cackle out of laugh and say, "You call that a French accent?"
She says,
That's
"I didn't even say
amazing.
anything."
I think that the hearing, in spite of everything, I feel like Slingshot hears the wrist break, and so she immediately like launches herself onto Marguerite's back with the
Mhm.
intention of shooting her in the head, and she will put her face next to her ear and say, "Those were my favorite ribs."
Oh
Those
my
were load
god.
bearing ribs.
All
Wow.
right.
I
Wow.
think
That
that's still
sounds like
skirmish.
that does sound like a skirmish. Yeah.
All right. Are we still desperate? I feel like I'm
No,
desperate
no.
again.
You
Oh,
guys are risky.
okay, good.
You're welcome.
Standard,
Yeah, risky standard.
no bonus dice. Do I get any bonus dice because she's busy with Jasmine?
Jasmine, would you like to help here?
I would like to help. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. Take mark one stress, and yeah, you can have a bonus die. Would you
Allow
also
me to
like?
help you to help me.
I got it. Okay, okay. The tides have turned. I got a 6, a 5, and a 4.
Oh,
Nice.
all
Cover your ears,
right.
Jasmine.
So, uh, I think that she moves a little bit too quickly for you to get the headshot, but you certainly wound her. I think you graze the back of her neck with your bullet, and there's just like a ton of blood just like going down her neck. And she gets off Jasmine and instinctively puts her hand to the wound as a few of the lower crow members start crowding in around you.
Since I got a 6 on it though, even if I missed her head, can I? Since I said I jumped on her back, can I stay on her back and just start squeezing?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You can stay on her back.
Yeah.
Minerva and Rafe, you see this go on behind a wall of fire,
Yeah.
turned over tables. What do you guys do?
I think Minerva's gonna go out the front door and try and circle around to get to the back. To try and kind of go around that wall of fire by going outside the building.
Okay. I imagine you're doing this with a lot of with a quickness.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that sounds like that sounds like
Prowl.
prowl. Yeah.
All right. It's a 1 and a 6.
Nice. Yeah, you make it to the other side and through the back door, and you can actually take an action here. The back door uh it leads to a bunch of stairs that go down into the kitchen, and you see two other people who have just gotten up from a table in this cellar area. These are Parson, who is another lieutenant and goes and uses they them pronouns, and the leader of the crows, Henrik Alvadium, who uses he him pronouns. And they see you and they say, well, this is the last time we send the help to do a job. And they start stalking towards you. What do you do?
So I have a special ability called Not to be Trifled with. One of the things is engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat.
Mhm.
If I use that, does that give me some kind of bonus in this interaction? Because these look like two pretty tough guys.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it wouldn't decrease your effect because you're being flanked basically by two people.
Okay. I'm going to do that. And then I would like to literally beat them to the punch and just close that distance and probably focus on the boss.
Sure. Henrik. He's wearing like these really gaudy sort of like jewelry. He's wearing a fur-lined cape and like a hat that looks like it's been out of style for like a while.
Okay. Yeah. What was our boss's name again?
Damien.
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 Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, Minerva's just gonna like leap down these stairs and go and punch him. Like, oh, you killed Damien, and has the claws out. And
Nice.
yeah, we're gonna skirmish here.
Yeah.
So risky standard.
Risky standard. Yeah.
Fantastic. 1 and a 3.
Oof. Henrik sidesteps you, and you are agile enough to tuck into a roll so you don't like land flat on your face. But you are currently cornered. You're cornered by these two people in the kitchen of this restaurant. And Parson, uh, they, how would they knock over a uh, like a drying rack full of fruits into the doorway that leads into the restaurant. And so if
Okay.
anyone wants to like come and help you, they're gonna have to bust through this door or go around the front.
All right.
Wraith or Astrid, what are you guys doing?
So
let me go
I
last.
know that I had the ghostly person that I spotted on the other side when I was attuning. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to deal with that, I think.
Sure.
So I have a very nice lightning hook, which is actually supposed to be used on spirits and not just to electrocute people in sewers, apparently. And I have spirit bottles, so I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Let's bust this thing.
All right. Yeah, take a swipe.
So is that? I assume this is going to be one of those skills I didn't take, right? Something in the prowess section.
Um, hmm.
I don't
That
know
depends.
what.
You're swinging at this ghost as it's
So I'm
coming
trying
up
to use the lightning
to...
hook to bottle it. For
Okay,
lack of a
yeah,
better
then
term.
that is skirmish. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to push myself because I don't have any dice in this. So we're
Would you
gonna go
like
ahead
a
and do that.
bargain?
Yeah, you know what? I think it is absolutely a good opportunity for a bargain. What's on the table? What do we got?
You meet the person the ghost is possessing.
Sure.
Okay.
I can meet ghostly people. That works.
Okay. This is risky standard.
All right, and then so I'm pushing myself and taking a bargain, so I get 2 bonus dice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely using those as dice because my rolls have been junk and remain that way. Double
Yeah.
twos, which would be fantastic in craps and really not great here.
You get your hook into this ghost and you're like struggling to like pull it into the bottle, but for a moment it seems like you're winning. And you're so focused on doing this that you miss the fact that one of these ghost doors near you has opened and a person has walked out of it. This is Orin Tam, they, them. They're wearing where Henrik is like gaudy and like flashy about his wealth, Orin is like subtle and elegant about it. They have a like pressed suit made of silk and a cravat that seems to be woven with a bunch of like gems, jewels. Um, and they come over and they tap you on the shoulder as you're struggling with this ghost, and they say, "Oh, it looks like you're having a little trouble there. Maybe I can give you a hand." And they stab you in your side. Take the level 1 harm cut.
This is the worst version of Clippy.
Astrid, it seems like you wanted to scare off all of these like lower ranking
yeah.
crow members. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can you
Especially with
describe? Go ahead.
especially with the explosion behind me. As Astrid comes out, she looks up straight in their eyes after this, smiles deeply, and they watch as suddenly she closes her eyes and opens them to find both eyes now are suddenly this bright golden color, and then her hair begins to move in a different, almost ethereal look, where it takes on, instead of its usual white, it's now more bluish in color, almost ethereal and ghostly, moving in its own little wind, as her skin becomes more translucent and glowing from an inner energy. And you just see her look up and pull out her fine, heavy weapon and just give this devilish, evil smile looking up at them. Mel has come out the play, the spirit that has been possessing Astrid for years. And it's not going to be a good time for them. As suddenly she lets out a. Oh, darlings, you're going to die tonight. And she begins epically just marching ever so slowly but quickly towards them.
Yeah. So you're trying to like scare them off?
Oh, yeah. I'm basically trying to scare the devil into their hearts.
Then this sounds like a command. By the way, what does your heavy weapon look like? What is
Uh,
it?
you see what looks to be almost like obsidian for the blade. That as Astrid let Mel take over, it now has this kind of blue glow to it that shimmers and leaves kind of like this after trail as it moves down the where the hilt is. It's just like a Gladys, and where you would hold it is actually bone, very old bone that's been polished. I would say sort of like this at the
Mm,
hilt.
very cool.
And so, yes, I'm going to push myself because she's switching into letting Mel take over.
Yeah, this is
So this is,
command.
and it's risky.
Risky standard, yeah.
Okay. Salem. Oh, I forgot to throw one more in there. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, I did push myself, so I get one more. And boop. Okay, so it's a 4.
All right, it is a 4.
Where's my gold?
Yeah, you are these lower rung crow members are kind of like looking at each other like we're not paid to deal with ghosts. And they just like scurry away. They like scatter like a bunch of I guess crows. But
Word
as
to
you
the wise for all of you supervillains out there. Pay your minions well.
period.
Compensate them.
Pay them, give them their proper due, all that.
Correct. Yes.
But you were noticed, Astrid, by the bluecoats, who in this who are this world's version of the police, and they are starting to. You can see them like put up the alarm. I think they have like flare guns. They shoot up, and it leaves like this blue trail as it goes up into the sky. And Astrid, you know that a bunch of bluecoats will be at the restaurant fairly soon.
I have to roll a percentile because right now it's Mel in control.
Oh, yeah. Oh, joy.
Okay. I know what's gonna happen.
All right,
Okay.
people inside, Slingshot or Jasmine, what do you guys want to do?
I think that I am still absolutely committed to getting Marguerite off from Jasmine so she has full range of motion to get away. So I am still on her back with my arm around her neck.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that has she stood back up?
Oh yeah,
So I'm on her back. So I'm going to pull up the aforementioned ponytail that I do not like. I'm going to yank it and going to headbutt her at the base of her skull.
okay, yeah. That's a skirmish.
I don't think I have any. No, I don't have any stress left to give. So this is just this. Risky.
Risky standard.
No bonus. Okay. I got a 2 and a 5.
Nice. Yeah, you're able to do it. I think that your tenacity has you just like keep headbutting her. Like she's trying to throw you off. She's like swinging her shoulders, but you just like keep going, and eventually you're able to knock her out. And if you would like, you can take the coup de grace here.
Oh, I don't want to kill her.
Okay. But when you're done, you see that the fire at the front of the restaurant has begun to spread, and the smoke is getting lower below
Can,
the ceiling. Go ahead.
can I use the coup de grace to grab Jasmine and get her out?
I
Or
mean,
at least get her upright?
Jasmine
you
can.
might need to at least grab Jasmine,
Yeah,
because
because
at this
she's
very
my-
moment I think she's dropped all pretense. Usually when she's in her spy mode, her Queen's English comes out, but right now she's right into Cockney, and she's like just shut. She is stabbing and shanking this bitch.
Okay.
I didn't mean to
Yeah.
kill her.
And
It's
so
bad.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
It
Oh,
looks like
dear.
it's up for me. Or I might
Oh,
just
do
be.
I
Nope.
need to? Oh,
Alright.
are we back?
We're back.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
We appear
Maybe
to be back. Yeah, we appear to be
All
back.
right.
Okay.
Oh.
We're back.
we're on like a
Where
starting
did-
soon screen.
Okay.
Hey,
I
yeah,
think
we're
I
back.
see us. Yeah. Where did
There we go.
where did we leave off?
Where did we go?
we go?
She was turning her. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe
Someone
let's
in chat said right when it's getting dramatic. So perhaps I can just at least start over with
Yeah, with
there
your
we
cane,
are.
yeah.
Yes. We're back. So yes, so if it's permitted, DM, what if we can't get the door open, Jasmine will turn her sword, part of her sword cane, around, lock it into the base of the handle, and then jimmy it into the door frame to try and pop the door open, almost like a
And I
crowbar
have
action.
a point in prowl, so that helps traverse obstacles. So I should be able to traverse the obstacle while she does that.
Fantastic. Or at least, for flavor, perhaps helping me to jimmy
Right,
the
throw
door
a shoulder
open.
into it. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever
Yeah.
you say.
Fail for hilarity's sake.
Are you helping Jasmine open this
Yeah.
door?
Yeah.
Okay,
All
then
right.
that sounds.
And if that is prowl, I do have a +1 in prowl, which is great.
It is prowl, yeah.
So that should be 3d6 by my count altogether, correct? Is that fair? +1
so you have
for my own prowl, and then +1 also for her help. Is that
from the
correct?
help. So that's 2, right?
Oh, that's 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right. Roll well, please. 2 4s. All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. One of you can go through, but the other one has to hold the door for them.
I would
Has-
hold the door immediately. Yeah, I would never. The lady has to go first.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And proceeds forward. And what do I see?
You see Minerva cornered by Parson and Henrik. They seem to be kind of engaged in combat, but Minerva is up against a corner of this room. As soon as you hop through Jasmine, Slingshot, you realize that if you want to go through, then that will have to be you'll have to expend effort to do that because the door is just like not staying open. So you'll have to do something on your next turn to get through.
Okay.
but yeah, let's go to, speaking of Minerva. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
So I think when Minerva sees Jasmine come through the door, she's gonna get this big smirk and look at the boss and be like, "Well, there's gonna be a murder of crows tonight." Um, and I think we're just gonna try and attack again.
Sure.
And then if I can connect, I would like to use Savage to try and frighten off the lieutenant. So Savage says, when you unleash physical violence, it's especially frightening. When you command a frightened target, take +1 one die.
Nice.
So let's do the skirmish, and hopefully my luck is a little bit better this time. Yep, 3 and a 4.
All right. Yeah, so you connect with Henrik with one of your claws. Let's see. Henrik. Um but he's able to kind of like get his cane between the prongs of your claws and kind of like twist them out of your hand, so that they're kind of behind him and Parson. So currently you are weaponless, and you are facing these two people. On your next turn, you can try to intimidate Parson if you want.
All right.
Uh, who is next, Wraith or Astrid? What would you guys like to do?
Astrid, you want to go first?
Yeah, who do I see before going in? Do I see Wraith?
You do see Wraith. You can see him, like he's got his electric hook in a ghost, but you also see the ghost is tied to this other person, this Orin, who has just stabbed him.
Oh,
Beyond him,
bastard.
though, there's like this wall of fire, and beyond that, you can't really see much because of all the smoke.
Given that Wraith has the jerky, Mel is going to go full force after the person who just stabbed him.
Okay.
Probably coming from behind, full force running, and going for a slash across his back
Okay.
in her rage. And she's also going to be using Ghost Fighter, so possibly to hurt the ghost also within him. And so, yeah, would that be skirmish or wreck? Since she's trying to like wreck his defenses in this situation.
No, that's skirmish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's just gonna go regular old skirmish. It's risky still.
Risky standard, yeah.
Okay. Give me luck, boys. And there's no doubles. Yeah, miss.
Oof.
Well, I've been doing good so far, so.
Yeah, you do it. You slash across Orin's back, and there is a welt of blood that comes up, and Mel is sated for a little while before you see there's a pulse that goes from the ghost back into Orin, and you see like these tendrils of ectoplasmic material stitch up around the wound before it comes up and manifests as a tentacle that wraps around your weapon hand. So now you are pinned, and you will have to escape this to swing your weapon again. Wraith, what are you up to?
Aside from being stabbed, I think the plan is to just sort of I think I'm going to have to go ahead and keep trying to bottle that ghost, because I think anything else at this point is just kind of distracting, and I'm probably the best one to be able to do that.
Okay. Risky standard.
Yep.
This is still skirmish.
Yeah, so we're gonna push myself even more because this is definitely one of those stressful situations. And I don't think we're gonna go with a devil's bargain this time because that got me stabbed, and I don't like being stabbed. So we'll just go with an extra die and see what happens. Hey, I rolled decently for a change.
Nice. Yeah, you're actually able to get this ghost into the bottle and plug it up. Um, and because of that, the tentacle holding Astrid dissipates, and the wound that you inflicted on Orin like comes back. But all of this is uh, sort of pushed in the back of your mind because you start hearing voices from the outside saying, "Oh, the blue coats. Why? Oh, what are they doing here?" And it sounds like the police are coming closer.
Well, that's not great.
Um, Downstairs. What are you guys doing? Minerva and Jasmine.
I think definitely upon seeing Minerva trapped up in a corner. I mean, once I'm through the door, I still got my cane attached to my sword in such a way that now it functions as a spear. So she would rush forward and try to stab in the kidney one of the people who is currently threatening my colleague.
All right.
Um, so let's
That is a
see.
skirmish.
That's a skirmish. Let me double check. Do I have a plus in skirmish? Please say yes. Hold on. Yes, I do. Great. So that's 2d6 we're rolling. Okay, I've got a 5 and a 3.
Nice. Yeah, the 5 works.
Okay.
Um, you are able to wound. Let's see. You are able to wound Parson, who is not as beefy as their other compatriots. They're actually very slight, sort of bookish looking person. Um, but I think that Parson is able to take your blow and swing you around, uh,
Okay.
sort of like using your momentum against you.
All right.
And they actually throw you into the freezer of this kitchen,
Okay.
and yeah, they lock the door behind you.
Oh no! So I'm trapped inside the freezer right now. Okay. Did my weapon at least come with me?
It did come with you, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
That's cold.
Nice, nice.
Thank you.
Minerva,
Oh
when
dear. All right.
you see this happen, what are you doing?
I think I would like to try and position myself in such a way that the next time, what's his name, uh,
Henrik?
Heinrich
Yeah.
or Henrik, tries to attack me, um, I would like to kind of finesse my way to where the blow hits Parson instead, and I'm able to get
Ooh.
around them and closer to the freezer to let my friend out.
Yeah, that's pretty clever. Yeah. So Henrik uses guns actually. He just like pulls out a pistol and like aims it at you. So
Okay.
you're trying to like position it so that you're between him and Parson, and then you just like duck quickly to the
Yeah,
side.
just sort of a soft, slight move of the wrist, like of his wrist, so that I'm able to like spin around him, and the shot goes towards Parson instead.
Okay, yeah. Roll
Um,
finesse, risky standard.
and I think I'm going to push myself for this one. Because this seems very risky. Okay, and then one bonus die. 3 and a 5.
All right. Yeah, you make it. You just dodge out of the path of the bullet. Parson takes quite a bit of damage because Henrik has all the best toys. And Parson just like looks back like, what the fuck? And they start running for the door outside. They're climbing the stairs.
Amazing.
So I'm still
Yeah.
holding the door up.
Yeah, slingshot. You're able to see this through the crack in the door.
So I feel like my back is against one side. Yeah, and I'm holding the door up. Can I get a shot or two off at Heinrich?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna keep whatever position I'm in, bracing the door, and I figure Jasmine is safer in the freezer for right now. So I'm gonna shoot at. Put some ice on your wrist. No, yeah. So I will shoot at Heinrich.
Fair enough. Yeah.
With yeah, is that still that's hunt, isn't it? No.
That is hunt. Yeah,
It is hunt. Okay.
because there's just like so much stuff in this kitchen. You kind of need to like get the right angle to like hit
Is
him.
this controlled or risky?
This is risky.
Okay. We don't have any bonuses. Let's go. I get a 4 and a 5.
All right. You miss Henrik, but you hit the gas main behind him.
I think I yelled
It
pick on
really
someone.
is a gas leak. Really? We brought this to fruition. Amazing.
Astrid is very happy.
And-
You did good.
And from
Yo.
behind him, Henrik is just like hit by this like gout of fire, and so is Minerva actually. But Henrik takes like the biggest blow from this, and so like I don't want to describe what burns look like on a human body, but that is what you see Minerva as the booze barrels just like start burning, and everything else in this kitchen is like on fire, and you yourself, Minerva, take the level 1 harm singed
Okay.
as you are able to like duck behind a wall of these barrels before everything just like explodes.
I think I'm that dog in the meme with the fire. Like I'm racing to throw in the coffee. I'm just like, this is fine. This is totally fine.
This is fine.
Oh yeah, and Parson is like thrown against the stairs, and just you can do it with them what you want, but they're just gonna be passed out for now.
In the burning building, yes.
Yeah, in a burning building.
Hey, you're in the freezer, Jasmine.
Well,
It's nice and cold there.
question for the DM.
Yeah.
Do with that main that just burst, I imagine that sounded like a fireball sound
Oh,
at
yeah.
least. Okay, all right. I think if that's the case, then if there's any way that she can like take, she will strip, one of a strip of rag off of her and kind of like soak up some of the condensation that's probably on the walls inside this thing and do a total Riddick. For those who know, just wrap it around her as much as possible in anticipation
Amazing.
of, all right, hopefully someone anytime now
Gets you out
that
of
you're
there,
able to
yeah.
get me out of here. Just-
Nice. So let's go back upstairs with Wraith and Astrid. You are both facing down Orin, who has put up their hands and is saying, all right, You got me. No need for any more hostilities. I'm not part of their gang. And it sounds like the bluecoats are almost here. So why don't we all say that we didn't see anything, we didn't see each other, and go on our way.
Wraith will look at Mel and Astrid, and I feel like he just barely hears his poor trapped comrade and goes, "You know what? This one time, but if I ever see you again, I am shoving this hook so far up where the sun is."
And Orange Smile just like gets bigger as they use their foot to open like a trap door, like a ghost trap door beneath them, and they just like slip through and they're gone.
And
You know I could easily have snapped his neck, right?
yeah, but we've got bigger problems.
Oh yeah, you did hear the explosion downstairs too.
So I
Yes.
would like to try and use the ghost key to get us to our erstwhile trapped companion so that we can maybe get everybody out of here.
Sure. Yeah, you have tens of doors to pick from here. How
Is
are
there
you trying to
any-
figure out? Yeah.
I was just say, can I attune to try and get an idea of where these doors might lead?
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Could we say
This-
that it's almost like an what's the go into the light, Caroline, kind of energy? So like if you're trying to attune to where the door connects to the door that Jasmine is constantly banging on and screaming her head off at
Yes.
right now, perhaps.
Can Rhino help?
Mel adds a little bit of ectoplasm on everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, can Rhino give us a hand here and give us some
I don't
ideas
think-
of where we need to be going?
I mean, I don't think Rhino is like with you, so I don't know how
That's fair.
they would be able to help.
All right. Well, we'll try and
Yeah,
attune
we'd have
and
to
get
call
an
her.
idea of which door we're supposed to be using.
Okay. I mean, Astrid could definitely help you here, but
Okay.
yeah, just
I
let
also
me know.
have Ghost Mind, which I haven't been using this entire time, which is, I mean, certainly a thing, a choice that
What is
I've
that?
made. You're always aware of supernatural entities in your presence. You take +1 die when you gather info about the supernatural. Which is
Okay.
basically everything I've been doing this entire time, and I haven't used it once. So I
Yeah,
figured
take
it's a good time to
+1
start.
die.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more stress, which puts me at lots. That's 8 stress. So
Whoa, you're close.
this is a lot of stress. But
Yeah.
Can I take 1 stress to help in that case to give another
How are you
die?
helping? Yeah, how are you helping?
Basically, since we kind of said that last session, Astrid / Mel is basically a bloodhound when it comes to ectoplasmic sense. Basically, is just like we go this way.
Okay, so you're trying to like cut down on the number of possible doors. Yeah.
all right, so that sounds like 3 bonus dice. Let's see if any of these will get us there.
Good luck.
All right, a 5, 2 5s even.
2 5s.
Even better.
It's about
Yeah,
blood
you
time.
you and Astrid logic this out as much as anyone can logic out ghostly things. And you pinpoint one door that will open up to the downstairs. When you open it though, this is like a regular sort of push door with a knob. When you open it, you find that you are looking down on the scene below you because this door leads to the ceiling of the cellar.
Should I just drop
Okay.
in?
I mean,
If I see, would I see that visual of a door opening in the ceiling where I am?
You are locked in the freezer, Jasmine, which is separate, which has been
Got
closed
it.
off from the cellar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
But Minerva and Slingshot, do you see this? You see your companions like baffled look as they're looking through this fairly ornate door in the ceiling of this space.
So
What do
would
you
they
guys do?
be actually standing like this with the door being down like this?
Yeah, yeah,
Where we're like this, but they see
yeah,
us like this.
correct.
Total
Yeah.
Matrix. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
I'm
dear.
pretty sure MC Escher drew this scene
Mhm.
here.
I
Yep.
think Slingshot
Yep.
is like, and then
I
she switches gears to
Spirits.
Jasmine is in the freezer. So she's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to get to the freezer or if I can shoot at the lock or what my choice is. I think that she would try and shoot at the lock because I think that I've established that is on fire and it would take too much.
To get
Shooting
through.
into this room has gone so well so far. So what else can go wrong? So I will.
Well,
give
I
it
mean,
a shot.
I think Astrid has yet to go. What would you like to
Mhm.
do?
I'm gonna drop down and survey the area. Like, what the hell happened down here? Where is
Yeah,
What is everybody?
you get the gist. I imagine your teammates fill you in. Jasmine is in the freezer. Henrik is over there.
Then
Uh,
immediately to the freezer.
yeah, yeah, you're able to let Jasmine out. Tell me how you escape. How do you get out of this space? We don't have to
Uh,
roll any of this. Let's just be like cinematic and cool about it.
I would say that Astrid kind of gets down with her hands ready, and just like lifts people up into the waiting door above. And Wraith grabs him, pulls him in, and we just do that. And for me, I just kind of do that one kind of leap using a little bit of Mel's spiritual energy to kind of get up there, grab, and pull myself through.
And I think as these lot of rescuing Jasmine, I think she remembers and then does a loud whistle that actually calls Rhino. Poor Rhino is probably just being a good doggy and might be even starting to get trapped by the flames and such. So that whistle, we've practiced this time and again. Slingshot taught me so that Rhino comes running into the room so that we can boost Rhino up and out, and all of us escape as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is Heinrich still alive?
Heinrich is barely alive. He's like looking up with
Yeah.
you with like these hateful eyes.
Can I step on the hand and shoot at him one last time as I'm getting lifted out? Because Slingshot wouldn't leave him alive.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say Minerva's gonna stab him on her way out too.
Can we do that in tandem? Can we just?
That would be amazing.
One hit, one stab. Astra's just like, okay, did they actually do it?
And then it's
Yeah.
yeah.
This is a Blades in the Dark fusion technique, the likes of no one has ever seen
combo
before.
attack.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a-
so yeah, you finish him off, and what else? Anything else you'd
Continue
like
to
to do?
argue over who actually killed him.
yeah, Minerva just sort of spits on the corpse as she kind of runs up and leaps off one of those barrels up towards the doorway and hopefully grabs like somebody's wrist to help pull her up.
Definitely, definitely.
Astrid, before she actually does, just gives one last quick stab to make sure he's dead, and then boosts herself up because she's like, just to make sure there's no loose ends, not like last time.
Nice, nice. And you all walk away from this burning restaurant. This is a Michael Bay movie now. Yeah, let's add a few more explosions in the background.
Yep.
Wraith, would you like to do something too before we leave?
I feel like the explosions are really all I need. I'm just going to make sure
Nice.
that Wraith, unlike everyone else, is going to absolutely watch the explosions.
I think the part of the walk off for Jasmine is she kind of licks her blade just sadistically and kind of like resheathes it in her holster on her on her garter belt and just walks away proudly.
I can see like
Minerva.
behind everybody, Astrid is just like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. I love my job. As
Yeah,
more gas
Minerva.
explosions.
Minerva, yeah.
Carrying
Uh,
Rhino, no less. Just, yes.
so Minerva's walking away from the explosion, pulls a pair of mirrored finish aviators out of her leather jacket and pops those on and doesn't look back at the explosion.
I love it. This is CSI now. Nice.
Yeah.
Slingshot?
I think that Slingshot is kind of limping because she's a little bit broken and her
Yeah.
like she's covered in a lot of people's blood right now. But I think that she walks by a park bench and picks up a newspaper and just kind of smacks it into Wraith's chest as we walk, so he can pick
Nice.
up where he was reading.
And with that, I think we've carried out the revenge of them, and we've finished our session of Blood in the Water. Thank you again to my players for this absolutely off the wall game. You all were great. I loved every minute of it. Let's do outros. Let's go with Wraith. Sorry, let's go with Strix.
Hi, I'm Strike Red Kite. I've been your erstwhile Wraith Whisper. Uh, you can find me all over the internet at Strike_Red Kite, Twitter, Instagram, and the like. I don't have anything to plug at the moment, so instead, keep watching the rest of today. I'll be modding, so be on your best behavior and enjoy the rest of the entertainment.
Nice. And Christy.
I'm Christy, Flippers, pretty much everywhere on the internet. Go support Take This because it's really important and that's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
And Cher.
That gamer share here. Thank you all who have been gracious and kind to stop on by, spread the word, and donate to this wonderful cause. I have been your not so humble slide for today. And you can find me on Twitter as GamerShare and on Instagram and Twitch as That GamerShare.
And Raven.
Yeah, this was super fun. Thank you to all my fellow players and Keith for GMing. Definitely go support the charity. It's super awesome. And yeah, I'm Raven. I'm a professional game master, game designer, voice actor. Like if it's tabletop related, I probably do some form of it. And you can find me over on Twitter and Hive at the Raven, like it's spelled below my name. Just add the in the front of it. And then you can find my GM stuff over on Start Playing Games. Which is startplaying.games/GM/RAVYN. Yeah, that's me.
And Kitty.
Hey everybody, I'm Kitty. You can find me almost everywhere as Insane Kitty 32. Currently, I don't have anything in the works, but that might change. I'm hoping to start streaming again at Insane Kitty 32 on Twitch. But yeah, definitely donate to this cause. It's amazing. I actually know a few people who've gone and used Take This, and it's been great for them. So yeah, definitely support. It helps a lot of people.
And I have been your GM for this morning/afternoon, Keith. You can find me at Keith Asada on Twitter. You can also pick up a competitive map drawing game that I wrote on itch.io. It's called The Boundless Library, so you can go find that. Also, I stream over on Total Party Chill. So if you would like to see more indie games, come watch on Mondays. Again, thank you so much to my players and also to Greater Restoration for doing this charity stream to benefit Take This. And thank you to all the viewers for participating in the charity.
Thank you for our god of the stream behind the scenes as well,
Yes,
Frank.
thank you,
Yes,
Rafiki.
Rafiki.
Everybody.
Happy
Give up the
anniversary
claps.
as well to
Oh,
the
yes.
restoration.
Definitely.
And that's been us. Stay tuned for even more tabletop madness.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Wow.
Hello.
This is probably a familiar sight for anybody who watched GR 2022. It's my hand cams.
The hand cam.
This is
The
bright as hell. Can I, like...
Yeah, it is very, very bright.
That's so
Dang.
goddamn bright.
That was such an amazing game, right? That we just
That was
witnessed.
such an amazing
He
game.
is such an incredible storyteller, and that cast was just on point with chaos and shenanigans. It is always a pleasure to watch them. Like,
it absolutely is. And when we have our end of day wrap up, and we're gonna talk about like favorite moments during the day, like I can tell I'm gonna have a lot to talk about for Keith's game, because that was just wild. And I guess you could say they were on fire. Maybe
a little bit, right? Yeah, but I think like Ting, like eventually Ting like ended up chilling down in a cooler.
Hey. Oh my gosh! Well, it was very nice of some of our villains to drop out. Jesus! Oh gosh! Okay.
Well, we're here for all the puns.
We so this year we actually preemptively discussed. What are we gonna do if something ends early? If an interview doesn't run as long, if a game ends a little short, what are we gonna fill space with? So we're not just scrambling like we were last year. And funnily enough, almost perfectly in time.
Funnily a word?
I don't think so, but I say it a lot.
I mean, dang, all words are made up. So if we use enough, it's gonna become a word.
Does anyone know if funnily is a word?
Google.
Oh, whatever. Google.
All right.
Regardless, perfectly in time for GR to start this year, I got something in the mail that I have been waiting for years.
I think this is about like all sorts of games, tabletop, board games, video games, and all that.
Oh yeah. GR, we have oh my god, funnily is a word. Let's go. But we had been kicking around wanting to include board games under the umbrella of GR in the future. So having folks play like in between games, expanding the event a little bit, and letting folks come in and play like board games and things during the event. And we still really want to explore that idea. And I guess you could say this is a preliminary thing in it. Yeah. As I've just received, let's see, I have to do this upside down. Oh god, there's so much of this. I have no idea if we're gonna get through all of it. I've just received the Monster Hunter board game from Steamforged Games. And I do mean just received. I've barely opened any of these. I haven't played it yet. I've read through the rules. It's fucking amazing. And anyone who has been around GR in any capacity and has met me knows that I am an absolute Monster Hunter nut. I cannot get enough of it. I've been playing it since I was literally a child. Yeah. So putting it in board game fashion is really, really exciting for me. And I've got all sorts of stuff that I can talk about with this too. But I have no idea how much of this we're going to get through in the block that we have here. Because there's like... This is a big box. Let me just like explain.
It is the tick box, like with triple C.
Yeah, this is a big box, and there is like about 4 this size, and then like 4 more half the size.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude.
like the whole game is not in one box?
No, dude.
Alright then.
We're just gonna check this out.
Like I'm gonna learn today because like would it shock you to like if I say that I've never played a Monster Hunter game?
Oh, are you kidding me? Well, I know what we're doing on stream one day. Oh, okay. This is gonna sound really silly. Does anyone know what I mean when I say like a new board game smell? When you open a box for a board game, there's like this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
I've
bought
a
enough
smell.
board game like to like understand what the new board game smell is.
Yes.
It has a very distinctive aroma.
It does. It does. So there's a lot of minis in this box, in all of these boxes of the various monsters in Monster Hunter, ranging from your little baby dudes that you fight at the beginning of the game, all the way up to the elder dragons that are going to be your. By the way, I should say we're not sponsored. That's not sponsored. I was just like, this would be fun. So we're just gonna talk about this. But Steamforge Games, call me because I'm in. But I'm not gonna put together too many of these minis. A, because we don't have time. B, because I'm actually going to be hiring somebody to do. I don't know. She might be in chat. I know she's around. But I'm going to be hiring somebody to be painting and assembling and like green
Is it
stuff
Panda?
for me. It is not. It's actually my sister,
Okay.
who I know will be around this weekend.
I was
but-
asking because Panda's like an incredible mini painter.
Well, I'm just gonna give her a shout out. She for Christmas drew me this amazing Ronnie from Elden Ring. I have no idea how this is coming up on camera right now.
Blurry as fuck, but yeah, I get it.
Is that a little better?
There you go.
Is that better?
It looks pretty good.
It's so good. And like I can't show you all the details, but like the book has actual writing and shit in it. I'm so into it. But we're going to check these out, and like I said, I'm not going to put together too many of them. I would be willing to bet these are Rathalos wings, because that is an old hat boy. Yes. Okay. Oh my god. Look at these. Yeah, we're not going to start there. Well, yeah, we're starting there because I'm committed now. Oh, so this is a great Jagras. This is a good little dude.
Mate.
Really? Is it that bad?
No, it's just like you're like off camera.
Oh, I see. It looks like I should be further on camera than I am. So this is a great Jagras. This is one of your early dudes.
So angry lizard. Okay, cool.
Yeah, big angry lizard. They like to eat things a lot. So all of these I know are resin printed, and most of these are like solid, like actually fucking solid. Got a Toby Kadachi. So these are all from Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter Rise has been out for a while. But this board game in particular, let's see if I can get this better angle. I'm trying to like watch my camera, and it is not easy. So this is a Toby Kadachi. This is basically a lightning squirrel that climbs trees. They're dangerous, and I love them.
So I mean, I know like Monster Hunter, like you like just go out there like kill monster and like
Sure.
build like weird stuff out of monster parts, which is pretty messed up. But is it like I have like very, very surface level knowledge of Monster Hunter, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Like, is there like any world lore like why the hell you're hunting like random monsters?
Oh yeah, absolutely there is. So Monster Hunter, back in the day, wasn't too deep. It was pretty much just like, yeah, have fun and go with it.
It's like most old video games, like
Yeah.
We're just
Like
gonna pretend that
PlayStation
there's
1
lore.
era. Exactly. But especially in recent years, so there was lore once that was pretty cool, but they did basically a soft reboot in recent years. And really the game revolves, like the series in general revolves around a lot of, how to put this, a lot of balancing of the ecosystem. It explores humanity as a part of a chain in this world, and it's very, very fascinating, very, very fun to go through. Each game has its own individual story, but they do all tie together into the absolute massive world that the games kind of cross. And we're expecting to be hearing about a new game coming out soon. We're expecting they're going to announce a new one at TGS this year, so I'm very excited about that. But let's see if I can.
I feel
Yeah,
like
I'm not
it's
gonna.
kind of like world setting that would easily translate to TTRPG if you like really put your mind to it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I'm sure like there's a setting out there that well, not setting, but system out there that would easily adapt to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't think there's an official TTRPG. I know there's some unofficial ones.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not going to put these together because I'm paying someone to do it for me, so that way I don't break them. But you can see, like, when you get like the wings attached to some of these guys, they are big. Like these are big minis.
So it's mostly like a couple box of minis.
There's definitely a lot of them, but here we go. So here's where we get into some more of the actual game portion.
All right, now just look actually like
Yeah, now we get to the actual board game. So I can see timers and tokens and status effects and all sorts of stuff. And when we lift this out, by the way, this is also a map for your
Okay.
different nodes and everything. And I think there's several sheets, it looks like,
Yeah,
that you'll be able to layer together into set up like different sections.
bigger map, and
Oh yeah.
some of those monsters will take the entire like little board there.
Oh yeah, we've got a game manual, and I'll definitely explain some of how the game works because I have gone through that, although I haven't been able to play it yet because I literally got this like this week.
It is so hard to
Um,
find people to play board game with sometimes.
It is. Luckily, I literally have one of our fellow organizers whose name is Frey and runs the art team, like 3 feet to my left that I can chain to a table. I'm gonna make you play it someday.
For legal reason, Derek does not literally do that
I don't own chains.
unless they're like okay with it.
Hey, you never know. So this will be your quest manual, which will have like all of the different quests that you can go on. It's all of your different like the hunts, the different parts that organize with them. And these will be your stamina bars. So this is where you'll lay out your armor underneath these sections, and you'll put your action cards on these, and the bar will determine basically like how many things you can do in one turn.
All right, so it seems
And there'll
fairly
be a few.
crunchy as a board game. Like there seems to be a lot of information that you need to consider.
Yeah, it's pretty crunchy from what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
I love this though. There's a couple of things in here. One of my favorite things is these like terrible notepad character sheets.
I'm gonna
That
pretend
have
like
all
I
of
can
your
see
different
what is
things.
on it because
Yeah, let's
light
see if we
and
can get a little
cameras
closer there.
and- All
There
right.
you go. So you just have like a terrible camera or a terrible character sheet for inputting everything about your character onto, which I'm way into. And this is like probably one of my favorite things. And I'm really exploring how to. Wow, you can't really see because look at the ring light. Oh my god.
Yeah.
If I turn it off though, it'll be so much worse.
Mhm.
But this is basically, and I'm exploring a way to use these in like a TTRPG setting as kind of like separately to, 5e has your monster stat blocks, but exploring something like this, where you have like a card for the monster that gives their health, their difficulty rating, a little icon for them, their elemental weaknesses, some details, and each monster, which we're going to see underneath here, has a deck of actions that they use as well. And this is where you'll put your status markers. This is what happens. Let's see if I can get in there a little bit. These will tell you what happens when you break certain parts of the monster, and like the color on it directly will let you know essentially like how weak those parts of the monster are, so where you want to focus directionally. It's really fascinating.
I have a feeling that somebody could like do a weird reskin of Lancer.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because from what I've seen from Lancer, it seemed like a lot of things like part specific on like when it comes to like enemies and characters.
Yeah.
So one could like do a weird reskin of like Lancer like system.
That could be really fascinating. Deeper in here, we have. This will be, I think, this is like all of your weapon action cards.
Okay.
So you draw a portion of these at the beginning of your hunt when you
Okay.
and your party start. So it's like
It's somewhat of a deck building game.
yeah, a little bit. And there's no game master or anything, so it's everyone's playing. And the monster, you just draw cards and things, and that determines its behavior. So you draw these, and it'll tell you how much damage you do and any special effects and things like that. This one, I believe.
So in theory, it's a co-op game.
Yes.
In theory, depending on who you're playing with.
This one is kind of like a environmental deck, so you kind of pull from here occasionally, and it'll take the time down from the hunt and determine like items that you get and things like that. And then basically the rest of these, here you go. These are monster decks. This is your monster deck, so it'll give you what they look like on the back, their art and stuff. And when you flip them over, it'll give you a direction, it'll give you damage, and all sorts of other useful tidbits.
That's cool.
Pretty interesting, right?
So,
And then
it
rest
looks like the kind of like game that like will take you like forever to set up.
Oh yeah, totally.
All right, I have like an hour to set up and like 30 minutes to play.
Exactly. Oh god. But the thing about it that's nice is it's from what I've read and seen and been going through, obviously haven't been able to play it yet. But it's very much you keep track of like everything on your character sheet. And so each place there's a long setup at the beginning, but each actual play session you probably only go through in like 30 minutes, and you can choose. Like, there was that quest book I brought out, and they'll give you different like durations and things like that. So you can choose a quicker one or a shorter one, and they all wrap into like a larger, what they call campaign, which is like you set the duration of that, and you just come back to it. Like, it's very plug and play once you get the campaign running, and you can just, whenever you want, choose to drop in and do another hunt as part of it. And speaking of hunt, here are the little hunters. Let's see if I can get that focused. Nope.
Nope. Oh,
There
maybe.
we go. There we go.
There we go.
Look how cute those are. They're honestly super
They're very
detailed.
detailed minis.
Yeah, I'm really, really into them. And I'm so excited to play this. I might have to... I know they have like a digital version of this. I might have to rope you into it at some point, Frank, and see if I can get you trying it out with me.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we can find, like, if anybody has, like, suggestion of, like, digital-friendly conversion of, like, board games.
Yeah.
that we
I'm
could
not a
try here.
fan of Tabletop Simulator.
No,
Like,
but there are, like, some board games that do, like, already have, like, digital translation to it.
yeah.
Better than, like, I understand, like, how Tabletop Simulator, like, thing is work. Like, and it is a good, like, attempt, but it's...
Yeah. The devs said some weird
Yeah.
shit that I'm not cool with lately, too, like within the past couple years. So I'm like,
But
I'll
yeah,
mess around with them.
but yeah,
It's
I've,
super
I've seen, like, a
packaged.
couple out there, like, essentially virtual equivalent of some tabletop games that I do own, like, tabletop copy.
There we go. Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to do some of that. So this is the hard part. From what little bit I have opened these already, putting them away. Some of them, this one should be fine. Some of them are not very willing to cooperate. But I think, yeah, okay, we're fine. I got this one.
And board games is such a good way, like, to just chill and have a laugh with friends.
Yes, like it's such a fun time. All right, so that's the first box. We made it through one.
Box one out of how many?
Oh God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 boxes.
I'm not gonna ask the price tag on that.
Oh, dude. So it was like 2 years ago. Like, this was a Kickstarter. I had been waiting for these. So these just showed up on my doorstep. I knew they were coming, but I had no idea when. So this was literally just like a random Christmas morning for me, pretty much, because
Yeah.
they just showed up and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I get that. Like, there's a few, like, Kickstarter, like, that I've backed, like, over the past couple of years, and some of them, like, the stuff, like, got here, like, real quick,
Yeah.
and some of them, like, it only is getting here now, which I understand. Like, there's a lot of work
Oh yeah.
when it comes to, like, digital media, and especially, like, when you're, like, working, like, new systems and like,
Oh yeah.
playtesting, like, finding, like, good
Oh yeah.
place
Yeah.
to print.
And especially when, like, considering probably a lot of these things that we backed and stuff were like early COVID, you know, like
Yeah.
nobody knew what they were getting into then.
Yeah. So, yeah, I totally, like, get it, and that's why, like, anybody that is backing any Kickstarter that does have, like, physical things, y'all should be patient.
Yeah. Just wait around for it. It'll come.
Especially, like, if it's, like,
Usually.
something brand new that people are developing, like, brand new system and things like that. Often enough, there's a lot of playtesting that is, being put in
Oh
place.
yeah.
Uh,
There's so much to making a product more than just making the product, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of it.
oh yeah, there's a lot of work.
I think this one's mostly going to be minis. This is like the Hunter's Arsenal, it's called. Oh, these are cute. Oh, this is for the hunting horn, I bet. Frank, you would be so into the hunting horn. It is literally just a massive hammer that usually happens to be bagpipes as well.
Look, do you have, like, do you know my like list of, like, favorite folk instrument?
I do not.
Okay,
But
so
I'm curious
At the
now.
top of the list is bagpipes.
Okay.
I fucking love bagpipes.
Whoa, okay,
Uh,
let's go.
Like, and then I have, like, the hurdy-gurdy, I really love the
Oh, hurdy-gurdy, so
Some people
good.
like will find like the sound of that instrument a bit like annoying. But
Oh,
I think
it's
it's
so
beautiful.
nice though.
I'm a big fan after that of any like mandolin or lute.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is cool. That's cool. So here you'll see a reference for like each weapon type. So this is longsword, and on the back end it'll have like the equipment trees for like what monsters give what parts to make what equipment.
I need to ask. You said that's a long sword, right?
That was a longsword, yeah.
Okay, is in like because that's like a video game trope that bugs the hell out of me. Is it like considered like a slow-ish weapon, or is it very like finesse?
I would say it's very finesse. So it is actually legitimately long. Let me bring this out. It's not as fast as something like the dual blades in Monhun. Here you go. So it is legitimately long. Like,
see, because for people that may or may not know me, I've been doing like historical fencing.
yes.
And longsword is one weapon I'm learning and
Like
practicing.
actually use, yeah.
I actually know how to use that. So every time I see like in most video game like they put a longsword, it is so slow and clunky, and they will like put in fence like, oh, here's like 2 little daggers. It's super fast. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's fast, but a longsword is like really finesse and very fast.
Yeah.
Because you're using both of your hands to actually move and the momentum. It is not as heavy as it seems.
The big thing with it in Monster Hunter is that so all of your attacks are very, very fast, but there is a certain flourish to it.
Yeah.
So like at the end of everything, there's a delay.
Oh, good old spin attack, right?
Exactly.
Okay, attack.
But the thing that I don't think there's actually a spin attack, but what it does a lot is counters and things like that. So it's a slower weapon. It's nowhere near it's like near the middle between fast and slow in Monster Hunter. And it has a lot of flourish and countering to it. It's definitely a lot of people use it. It's a very popular one. This has me wanting to, if one of our mods could start a poll for those who play Monster Hunter, I would love to hear what your main weapon is. I can totally list the weapons like right now if you needed me to. But here you go, Frank. This is the hunting horn. This is a hunting horn hunter right here. Let's see if it'll focus. So they have just this massive hammer. I can't get it to focus.
Okay.
And the hammer is also a pair of bagpipes. So they blow into the handle while you fight, and you'll play different songs that buff the other hunters.
Like my brain is trying to like. I mean, I understand like this is a video game logic, so it does not make any sense at all.
No.
Like I'm trying to like my brain's trying to wrap around like how are you using like a bag, which is full of air.
So
to be able to smack people
with it, yeah. I know
like,
this one
I'm
in
just smacking you with a
particular.
balloon.
Yeah, exactly. I know this one in particular, if it'll focus, you can see like the actual bag portion in the center there, and it's surrounded by like this bone and scale shell. So it only expands within that shell, but like most of them make no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
it's awful.
like I said, I have like a surface level of like knowledge about Monster Hunter because I've seen you play. I do believe I've seen you play, and I've seen like some other friends play it. So I have a surface level knowledge of like what things are and
yeah, totally.
And like it defies most laws of logic.
Oh yes.
Like, which it's fine. It's a video game. Like it does not. Video games and any games don't have to follow like the rules of logic. If it's
no. But it is like, wait, what the fuck?
Like you have to absolutely suspend your like disbelief. Like it is.
Oh
it does not make sense, and you have to be cool with it.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just how it is. So that part of the old lore for Monster Hunter is that basically everybody, all of the hunters were like remnants of super soldiers.
Okay.
Because it was technically the future of our world, and none of that stayed. That's all gone. You're just a hunter that can do crazy shit because you are. And I'm okay with it.
Yeah. It is. It sounds very, very, very weird, which is fine.
I was excited to show this one. This is one of the few that I have opened and looked at because this is the biggest. This one is so big, I don't think it's fair to call it a mini. I think it's like
it is just a model.
It's just a model. Like it's so big. And this is one of the monsters you would fight near the end of Monster Hunter in general as a game, and also near the end of the board game. See if I can use this out. It's tight. Wow. Come on. Let's go. There we are. That is so fucked up. That's so big. Like,
just big. Like,
I have big hands. Like, I can't. God, what do I have for scale? I have a Pokemon card.
do you have banana?
I don't, unfortunately. That's your average trading card size.
Hey, Panda.
Hi, Panda.
Glad you're home again.
Look at what the fuck? It's massive, and it's heavy too, because this is solid resin. And this is even with the tail attached. It comes out the back and loops around. It is just what the hell? And I love it so much. So this is an Elder Dragon. All of the Elder Dragons in Monster Hunter are that way because they've like treated the way they are, as big as they are, as big of a deal as they are, because each one of them gains a basically Elder Dragon class because their simple presence is enough to completely change an ecosystem. So by virtue of one of these existing in an area, the ecosystem, the environment, everything will change. And that's obviously a problem. So ideally they stay where they should be, which is whatever area they are from, wherever they've lived in, whatever environment matches them. But if they are to leave one of those locations, things do not tend to go very well. So this is Kushala Daora. I'm putting him away now because he's massive and scary. And he is a Tempest Elder Dragon. So where he goes, it's basically Washington State. It's always raining, it's windy, and generally big storms will follow and will stay.
Like, honestly, like people that know me, like I'm Canadian. I have like I said, serious knowledge of like how things are somewhere in the U.S. So I know that some like I was gonna say province states are essentially just like fields of like corn, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's the middle of the United States.
Yeah.
You could do anything in like the center portion of the United States, it's just fields of corn. That's about it. Like you go west or east and you get a different story, but the center portion is corn. This is one I absolutely love. I still don't know how he's supposed to go back in his box because I took him out without taking a picture because I got excited, and then I never really figured it out. But it closes right now, so it's good enough. So this boy, honestly, I don't know how the hell they managed to get this boy printed in resin because he is so spiky. Let's see if I can get to focus on his head.
That is a lot of spike. Like
Yeah.
a lot.
He is just pretty much just Spike. He is just Spike. And they all came out like really well. Like usually anyone who knows anything about minis knows that usually when you're doing like resin printing and stuff like that, like
According to Panda, it's not hard with a good printer.
good. A lot of like the little details and stuff can be lost. Like usually when I end up with a resin mini, a lot of the little things like this can become kind of mushy looking.
I guess
Like
they
you
had a
can
good
still
printer.
see them. I guess they had a good damn printer. And look at that wingspan. That's a big boy. Look at that. I love this guy. So these are all from Monster Hunter World, which if you haven't played, it is. Oh God. I guess that's probably like 5-6 years old now. Probably 5 years old now. You own a print shop?
Yeah, they own a print shop. Like you can get like media printed and media painted by.
Well, I knew you did a lot of painting, but I didn't know you owned a
No.
print shop. That's badass.
I think that's awesome.
How do I? Oh God! See, here we go again. Oh no. Uh-oh.
I have the link for that print shop somewhere.
Please link that in chat. That needs to be linked in chat badly.
And I think since you are a VIP panda, I think Nightbot should not choose violence if you have the link on the end.
If Nightbot does choose violence, we'll tell it to
Yeah.
permit and yell at it.
Actually,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
I can just
Oh,
like,
no.
do permit.
Oh no, I don't remember. Oh no.
No, I don't have the option.
Oh.
There you go. Oh well, almost, because I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like .com and not .cpm.
Oh no. Hold on. It.
Oh, okay. I got you, boo.
Yes, please.
All right. Like, I saw the link being posted, then my bot was like, oh yeah, somebody posted a link. Let's no.
Oh, I've really done myself in.
Look.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, I'm about to just put this. I'm just gonna set this aside and I'll deal with it later. It's like a bad Lego set. Okay. Well, what time is it? It's 3:18. We'll do like. Y'all want to see one more?
I got you.
I got
Yeah.
4 more. How many more do you want to see?
Well, since we have an interview coming up and all that jazz, let's do one more. Roll
Let's
an
do one
interview and
more.
all that, and see how it goes.
All of them. Panda says,
All of
man, I
them.
cannot do that.
But what Derek can do though is take picture, post stream, and
Yes, I
post them
can.
on Ye Old Verb app, and or share them on the GR Discord.
All right, Panda. Do you want to see the last Elder Dragon, 2 big boys, 4 smaller boys, or a tiny bird? I'm letting Panda choose our last one here. Big boys. All right.
Like, I don't know. Did you have to ever have a chance to play with Panda in one of your game, Derek?
You don't think I've had the chance to play with Panda? No, which is heartbreaking.
No, like Panda just accept the appreciation, but Panda is an absolute gem as a player. Like every storyteller like benefits from having Panda at the table. Every time I have Panda, it's just so much fun and chaos and shenanigans. And like not so long ago, I like had the chance to actually be a player alongside Panda.
Ooh.
We were able to like both share oil chaos brain,
Well, that's terrifying.
and it took us like 5 seconds to just share the one brain cell and make goblin twins that brought chaos.
Oh, perfect. I met Panda for the first time this event in backstage staff things, and that was an absolute delight. I had so much fun getting to sit down and talk with Panda. So Panda, these are your big boys. So actually, technically, big boy and big lady, because this is a Diablos, and this is a big goddamn Diablos. Holy shit, that is a long model. Oh, it's really good too. Wow. Look at that. See if we can get kind of like up close on the tail here. Focus.
It is so
There
hard
you
to have like
go.
camera being focusing. And...
Oh yeah. Look at that. So yes, so Diablos as a species have sexual dimorphism. So if you ever see one of these, we have these big dual-tailed like Diablos, big suckers with their wing arms coming out like this, big wingspan too. Wow, that's nice. If it is a tanny, sandy kind of like brown beige color, then it's a dude. But if you see a black Diablos, which are significantly rare, then it is always a lady, and they are way bigger and way more dangerous, and also tend to they know what's up, and so they'll tend to be the most dangerous in that area, especially over the male Diablos, and will probably beat the shit out of the male Diablos if they don't feel like they're a good fit.
As they should.
As they should. So that's a Diablos. Ooh, very easy there, Chris.
Yeah, but pay them both Galaxy style and make them both by disaster. Yeah.
By disasters. How did you know how to explain me? But this is an Azure Rathalos, which is, or Rathalos, whatever, how you want to pronounce it. Look at the sculpt on the head. See if I can get that to focus. Yeah, look at that. Got the rows of teeth and everything. That is a pretty boy. So Rathalos, much like Diablos, have sexual dimorphism in that the male Rathalos are Rathalos. There are only Rathalos. A female Rathalos is called a Rathian, and they are about the same size, not as threatening as a Black Diablos, but a bit different. So this guy is not nearly as big as the Black Diablos, but is still very, very threatening in his own right, and so pretty. And I love that instead of doing the gray for these two, because it's the Black Diablos and the Azure Rathalos, they gave them both, they printed them both in like colored resin, and I think that's really cool. Because I was expecting, honestly, to just get a slightly bigger, you know, model of both of these two when I got this one. Because there's also a normal Rathalos and a normal Diablos in one of these other boxes. But they sent over them in colored resin, and I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. Oh no, how do these go back? Okay. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. We're playing the feud. Okay, that looks right. Okay, oh hold on, we got it.
Look at that.
We got this.
Professional.
Yeah, we got this. Yeah, okay. That worked out.
That was fun.
That was fun, and I would totally go through more of these, but we don't have the time. Where did I put the lid?
Look, I mean, there's nothing like stopping you from like just doing a just chatting stream where you're like talking about Monster Hunter and minis.
Dude, don't test me. I want to play this game, and I will play it on GR.
All right, do it, you coward.
Do it, you coward. All right. Well, you know what? I'll read up on it, and we'll play it on GR sometime.
Sounds
Hopefully
awesome.
before I ship these out, because I'm going to be taking a nice road trip down to the person I'm hiring to paint these, and just basically showing up and being like, here you go. Because shipping these, it's just, oh my god.
Yeah.
You know, like there's so
something.
many. I mean, it's
Cool.
all together. Like the box showed up on my porch, and my mother-in-law was like, why do you have like literally a 60-something pound box on the porch? And I'm like, I don't know. And I'm so happy with it. So I would talk about this all day. I would talk about Monster Hunter in general all day. Actually, you know, I'll just drop this here. I guess that was Pablov's stream, our little mini stream for Pablov. Not last year, but I think the year before, Frank, where we played a 5th edition one-shot in my homebrew setting.
Yeah, it was the year. It was not the most recent one. It was the one before.
Yeah, and that game was very heavily inspired by Monster Hunter, and it was one of my favorites.
I know you. All right.
So you should check that out. Take a look, because that was a really fun game. And I guess that concludes our this year's Derek's Hands stream. Thanks.
There you go. But yeah, as I feel like you're not already like, if you're not already tired of us, we pre-recorded an interview just for like time's sake and all of that. Again. So yeah, it's gonna be like both of us again. So y'all just have to deal with it.
Oh my god.
And well, we'll see you again after this for next game, which is going to be after that reunion. Which
Yeah,
is
that'll
called
be my
Cthulhu.
game.
Hey, let's just watch a little interview and see what this is about. I think Derek meant to talk about it, so
Yeah, get
Well-
excited. I got something really unique for y'all this year.
we'll all see you in a bit. Y'all take
See
care.
you later. I'm gonna figure out how to close this. Bye, everyone.
Oh yeah. Oh, for who knows anymore? It's
Who
my
knows?
it is technically my first interview interviewing people, so I guess for me it's number one.
Yeah, this is weird. I'm on the other side this
Yeah.
time.
That's right. Deal with it, sucker.
What's happening? Who am
But yeah, we're a series of interview for GR 2023. We're supporting Take This, and Frank, I'm gonna be interviewing. You've probably seen me somewhere on the channel and all that. Hey, that's not important. Who gives a bug that? We're talking today with Derek.
How did you get me into this box?
You've always been in the box, Derek.
Oh my god, that's such a serious response. Hello, everyone. It's really weird to be on the opposite side of one of
Yeah.
these, but I'm like super excited. I know all the questions, so I'm cheating, I guess. But
Yeah.
I'm...
Let me at least ask them.
yeah, exactly. I know you. You'll throw a curveball at me. I'll get surprised.
Yeah.
And the tangents are the fun part, anyway.
Question are just guidelines.
Exactly.
I'm probably gonna ignore them after like the first one.
Honestly, yeah, I believe.
Uh, But yeah, for people that have been watching things like that, Derek have been interviewing a lot of people so far. I don't know when I should have a schedule, but I don't know exactly when it's gonna go on. But
Somewhere.
hey, because you've probably been talking about other people and not yourself. Can you tell the people at home who the fuck you are?
Oh my god, I'm happy to. Hi, my name is Derek. I go by TeahouseTales, sometimes TeahouseArt if that's taken. On Twitter, Tumblr, and you can find me as the storyteller GM of Short Rest D&D. Eventually, again, we just wrapped up our 7-year-long D&D 5e campaign in like October of 2022.
Yeah.
And I told everyone, great, let's do campaign 2. I will see you in 3 hours to 2 years. Somewhere in that range.
So at some point in the future, there should be more short
Some
rest
point.
related things.
Yeah.
Where it's gonna be, how it's gonna be, who knows?
We'll come
but
back
there should be
somewhere
more.
in some form.
Yeah.
Probably most of the same group. I don't imagine it's going to change too much. And probably the same world, but I do imagine it's going to change quite a bit. So that'll be interesting.
No problem. You mentioned Tea House Art.
Yes.
What the fuck is that about? Right?
Oh,
What do you do?
okay.
Tell people like, come on. Give them a name.
I'm a pixel artist. I do a lot of pixel art in my free time. I usually post it, though I've recently, talking like regular content and stuff like that. I used to post like everything that I did, but especially with like the rise in like AI generated art and like art theft and things like that, there's been a certain I guess solace that I've taken in kind of making things just for me, like making a piece and then going, I like it, and then putting it in a folder. You know what I mean? Sharing it with who I want. Like there's a certain like freedom in that, I guess, just making art for the sake of making art and not just to like share it. And that's been something that I've been really kind of coming to terms with, I guess to say, because I've previously I always was like, oh, I have to post this online, I gotta share this, and like just having something that I make and then go, cool, and that's it, has been really a new experience for me. But I still do post, and I'm hoping to post a lot more stuff soon, especially after the event here. But it's really interesting too, because I am one of the few folks who can say that my pixel art skills heavily intersects with my tabletop work. As the upcoming reunion, like 30 minutes from now, I think, my Call of Cthulhu game is going to be full of pixel art assets. I won't want to talk about it too much, but I had this idea to to really mesh in like a lot of like horror kind of aspects in a visual sense into a tabletop game, and I think it's going to be exciting. And might elaborate more, but we'll see.
So pretty much, Call of Cthulhu meet Pixar is your elevator pitch for whatever is your game.
Pretty much, it's kind of
Spooky
like
Pixels.
Spooky Pixels. Yeah, I had this idea because I'm obsessed with found footage horror movies. Like I love them. I have watched them from Canadian found footage horror movies, Philippines, American, Japanese, like basically name a country. I've probably seen a found footage movie from somewhere around there. And if you want to, I'll just get ahead of that. If you want to know my favorite, it's called Noroi. Find it. It's amazing. And I had this idea of like trying to make that happen in a tabletop game. I was like, how do I emulate like found footage and the weird bullshit creepiness that it provides me into a tabletop game? And so I came up with the idea of doing like basically like a high school kind of horror game. It's called Reunion because it's these students coming back together to meet at their old high school where some creepy shit's been going down. It's going to be torn down because of it. So, just kind of like the elevator pitch, not going too deep into things there. But I had this idea of doing like Resident Evil style, like door openings, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Like hand drawing and hand pixel arting these doors and their animated versions and setting them up with sound effects and things and being able to display those whenever people walk through doors. And maybe sometimes they're not empty. So I had that concept in my mind and was like, yes, this is what I'm going to do. So that's kind of your elevator pitch. So
Yeah.
I will absolutely say, if you don't like horror games,
Don't watch it.
yeah, maybe tune out. Because it is 100% my intention to make this like a genuinely scary experience for people playing and watching. Like there will be, it's not going to be overly loud and stuff like that, but there will be like spooky sounds and videos. Like it's a whole experience. Like we have a whole thing going on. So that'll be weird.
That looks super fun. Like,
yeah,
I've
I've sent
like,
you a piece.
yeah, I've seen some behind the scenes stuff, and I'm aware of some of the things. I'm not aware of whole scope of things, but I'm very much looking forward to it. And I've been in Darius' game a few times, and it's usually an experience. It's fun. It's probably not. It's probably going to be not as lighthearted as when we usually do the charity games around September.
Yeah.
Where I can be a magical girl, but
It was so fun.
I'm very much looking forward to that. And you mentioned like a big fan of like found footage movie, which has been a genre of film that has been around for like a while, and it's still around from what I've seen, but just not as prominent.
Yeah,
there was a big
kind of
boom like early 2000s.
Yeah, absolutely. And like it's kind of stuck around in a certain sense, but the way that there's no more like big budget found footage movies. Like they don't happen. But that's kind of like part of what I like about it, to be honest. Like I love like the real scuffed, like low budget feeling of it, where it's like three people, a camera, and like I don't know, Sony Vegas Pro 16. Like they've got like literal sticks and stones, and they kind of cobble them together to make something interesting. And I love it. Like it's super fun, and it makes those ones that have like genuinely creepy like creatures and things like that just stand out all the more. So I'm a big fan.
Those are always better when you don't know or see the monster well.
Yeah, 100%.
Seeing the monster in type of horror movie just like ruins for me. Like,
oh yeah, totally. Like it's got to be like near the end, and it's got to be like obscured. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a smear frame kind of thing. Like I just recently watched one where the spirit, the specter, the ghost, you do kind of like see her up close near the end, but like she's sprinting at the person that has the camera, so the only like real frame you get is just like this really distorted stretch of her face, and it's like whoa. Like it's really good. It hits right on the nose for that, and I love it. Stuff
So
like that.
You mentioned earlier like your favorite like found footage like horror movie,
Yeah.
which probably in a way inspired this game in a way.
Very much.
Do you have like one that you think is absolute garbage?
Yeah, a few. What can I? Let's see. Well, you watch so many, you eventually, you just hit on a few that are like just trash, in my opinion. And that's fine. Some people, you try hard, you make something. It's just not for me. God, what to say though? One that I really didn't like. I'm trying to think of one that's like, because there are some, because I have seen so many with the group that I watch with that we do borderline like find weird, almost obscure like Google Drive links, like, and just follow them into the depths of the internet. And sometimes that's really fun. Other times, you get some stuff you don't, you just don't. So there's plenty of those. Obviously, I will not name names or where to find those. But if I had to say, like, I've generally been, and this is really funny because my favorite movie is Noroe, which is done by a director, Koji Shiraishi. Ironically, I've been generally unimpressed with most of the rest of his work. It's like that movie is like perfect, and then like everything else I've watched from him is like, I don't know what it is about it. It's just really, maybe the bar was just set too high out the gate.
Yeah, just didn't nail too high on that one, and
Yeah, exactly.
and sometimes it's hard, like to, like you have like one piece of media that is just near perfect, and you're trying to live up to that afterwards.
Yeah, it
It's
just doesn't.
very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really hard to, you make, and that's kind of like, I think a lot of creators and stuff feel that way. It's like
Yep.
you make something killer and you make something really good, and it's like, oh shit, how am I gonna follow this up? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, what do you do next?
Yeah, as a creative person, you always want to like surpass whatever you made previously, and not always easy or possible.
Yeah, 100%. It's usually like really hard. Like looking at the ending of Short Rest, 7 years, I think 3 or 4 of them on Twitch. Like I look at that and I'm like, like, because there's a lot of pressure now to go 7-year long game that had everyone in like complete tears at the end of it around the table, and I'm like, how do I do this again? You know what I mean? Like, what do I? Because I can't just do it again. So what do I
No.
do that isn't it, but also is the same effect?
Yeah.
Like how do I tell a story like this again? And ideally not in 7 years, maybe like 3 this time. You know?
Actually, could have like taken like a bit more time, add certain things a bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Not a shit on y'all. I mean, it's good to have breaks, though. Please do have breaks. When creating, it's important.
Always. Oh yeah, we definitely took a few.
I can shit on Derek here and there because he was with his friends, and this is a big enough GR. So
Exactly.
we allow each other for that.
I am
Yeah.
totally notorious though for like doing something. I work in like stints. Like I go really really hard for like 4 months, and then I'm like, see ya, and I just disappear. I come back when I come back. That's not a healthy thing to do.
No.
I knew you need a more consistent pace. Take breaks though when you need them, but also don't be me and take breaks more regularly that are smaller breaks instead of busting your ass for half a year and then disappearing for 3 months.
There you go. That's a free GM tip right there.
There you go.
Uh,
You play that to everything. That's a life tip.
That's
for you.
right. So like you earlier mentioned, like you created like some pixel art asset, like
Yeah.
the opening door, which
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen, which looks really awesome.
I've got like 4 more
Uh,
too. You're gonna love it.
Anything, I don't want a spoiler for shit, and
Sure.
I'm sure your player may be watching this.
Probably.
If you are, you should be like preparing, like doing call
Make
out.
your
Like,
sheet.
don't
Get in
don't
tech setup.
tech setup. Don't
Get outta
listen to
here.
this. It's not that important for you, y'all. But anything that you're looking forward to, that you, because I know you plan, you're like the opposite of me when it comes to planning shit. I will have like tours, and posted you will have like document with like links and like things that will actually intersect. You actually do prep a lot of shit compared to me.
So I'm not
Then
finished
again,
writing.
pretty much anybody does compared to me. But anything in like your probably like 20-page document that you're very much looking forward to.
I'm definitely thinking near 12 pages for this one.
So it wasn't that far fetched. Like,
You weren't that far off.
Like, I know you're not done.
I think my biggest one has been like 30, and like Google Docs started to die. Like it was not going. But things that I'm looking forward to. Shit. Trying to phrase this in a certain way. So I mentioned sometimes the doors won't necessarily be empty. And that does have its own separate animations. So I'm going to say, or at least I'm knocking out a couple. But what I'm kind of really excited for is the first time that they open a door and it doesn't just fade to black, like the first time that door swings open and something looks back at them that's like one of the things that I'm like really excited for, because I feel like that's the moment that like shit gets real. You know what I mean? When they see something, when there's now a spirit in play. And I keep running Call of Cthulhu. I've noticed. I don't know how this has happened. I just keep running this.
It's been what?
3
Well,
games?
Well, no, last year was Lancer.
Oh, it was Lancer.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay. So I'm not done yet.
Your second time doing Call of Cthulhu on the channel.
Third time, I think, actually. I think we had one right before that, too. I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm just getting confused because we keep playing Blue Rosary or Rosary Blue together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm getting confused at.
I mean, it's gonna be like a third time this Call of Cthulhu on the channel, but
yeah. Oh, run another one of those. Anyway, this is not a request, but I'm really just like when I sit down to write these, one of my favorite things to do is I try to write all of the antagonists, the spirits, as there's a really particular way I write them. They have like a history. I almost never give them names. They just have a title. So last year that we ran them, there was like the man in the wall, stuff like that. This year's has some really fun ones. And I give them a strong emotion that they're associated with. And I always give them a way to be put to rest. Something the players can do, a small mystery to solve to appease them and sort of take them out of play. You know what I mean? Knock the piece off the chessboard, and that's one less thing to worry about. This is the first time I've ever run a Call of Cthulhu game in which one of the spirits is not able to be removed from play.
So with actual danger.
Yes, it is always going to be present. It is always going to be looking for them. And there's nothing, they can slow it down, but they can never get rid of it. It's always going to be there. And it is the first spirit whose strong emotion I have simply put down as malice. And so I'm really, really excited for everybody to meet this particular entity and really get to hopefully know a little bit of its story. We'll see how much of it comes up. And see it in action, because whew, it's a nasty one. It's definitely the meanest that I have made, and I'm really excited for that to show up. So I think between them finding the first spirit, meeting this creature, and also just seeing what ending they get, because I kind of like with like a visual novel, I write like bad ends. You know what I mean? Like if they don't do this by blank, this is the ending they get. Because I found with running a game for GR, you have a really strict time frame. Like you can go over like 10 minutes, but like there's a certain point where it's like, it's funny hearing that from me, considering Lancer ran like 2 hours past schedule.
I know, with production.
I'm sorry. But it bought us time for more donations. But anyway, I've found that the most interesting way to do that is to almost institute that strict time limit into the game itself. And so I love having, like, when the time limit ends, this is the ending they get based on if they have accomplished these goals. And so I'm really excited to see what ending they end up with, because theoretically, as I finish writing this and finish the assets, like, I could run this for another group of people, and like it'll be completely different from start to finish, because what they do and what they accomplish will completely change the outcome of the game. And there's like a true ending, like did everything right kind of thing, and maybe they'll get it. I hope they do, but it's a one shot, you know. Like, it's never gonna go all according to plan.
That's the thing, right? When you are running a one shot as part of a series of game within a day, you are more limited to your time.
Yeah.
Although I think technically your game is game 2 on that day, so it's not too bad.
Not too bad. Don't let me get away with it again, man.
Kind of production. But yeah, like any GM that are used to running game like one shots, it's just like self-containing. Sometimes it will run a bit longer. Hopefully, like all your players are gonna be okay with that.
Yeah.
Because people sometimes are busy. But yeah,
when you institute that like show element of it, though, it becomes really...
it becomes an interesting challenge to adapt, overcome, and all that. Which really lead us into any like tip that you've developed over the years for keeping things on track. I know sometimes it's hard for you because like we said last year. I
didn't know what I was doing with Lancer yet.
You know?
No, not at all. Keeping things on track, though. So that I'm gonna answer the question by not answering the question. I'm gonna be a little cheeky here.
What a cop out.
I know. So the way that I keep things on track is that I move the tracks. If I have an end goal that I want them to eventually meet, I just kind of steer their path back towards it. They'll start at point A and then they have point B. And I was talking with, I believe it was kind of like, I think it was Maria about it. It's spaghetti in between. You know what I mean? Like it's a mess in between point A and point B. But the thing about it is that, whenever they go off course, if you want to keep them on track and go into a certain direction, to stay on a specific time frame for your one shot, or just reach a certain goal for your story, if you have an NPC they need to talk to move things forward, if there's a location they need to go to see something, just move it. You know what I mean? Just take it, put it somewhere else. They go that way, that's great. Move it, bring them back. You can never force them in a direction. Like, you can never force your players to do what you want, but you can strongly encourage them. If I can recall so many times my players throughout the 7-year-long campaign, maybe I should have kept that better on track. They would go in a direction and I would go, okay, well, I really want them to deal with this thing right now, and I don't really have much planned for over here. So, as they go to this new location, maybe they run into somebody and they're like, oh my god, thank you so much, I need help with blank, and it kind of like leads them in a roundabout way to that original location. Like, make them think it was their decision that has now wrapped into a bigger part of the world.
That's right, like, player. You've been played.
You have. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, a huge portion of a good storyteller, a good GM's job, is you're herding cats. You know what I mean? Like, you're a shepherd on some level, and at some point, you just have to develop the skills, and it's hard as shit at first. Like, you'll get there, but just kind of play around with it. And if your players are ever like, I feel like I'm being railroaded, be like, okay, I'm being too hard. I'm sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Let's go back. Let's pull this, rein this in a little bit. Explain yourself. Communicate. This is a big GM tip of the day: communicate. But you know, if you develop that skill to kind of, you know, at first you're herding cats, and then you find out you have a food dish, and if you shake it, they're a lot more willing to follow you.
There you go.
That's kind of the thing, is like, as you learn to get better, you learn to kind of direct things more to where you want to go. Like, I have intentions for where the spirits in Reunion are going to be located in the school building, but if I feel like it's taking too long for them to get a proper scare, for something to show up and really get into play and start messing things up, I'm just gonna move it. I'm just gonna put it in front of them because I can.
Yeah,
and so can you.
Yeah, especially like in the context of a campaign, it's easier to adapt the path. Like, you can take more time. You probably have like more sessions ahead of you, more time.
Exactly.
In the context of a one shot, if you want to get from A to D, and they're taking forever at B, well, scrap C.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to, you know, just like remove that completely and just, you know, duct tape the other piece to the other.
Yeah. And sometimes like you said, sometimes you just trash some. Like, I can firmly recall. Now, I did it as a joke, and it was very funny. It was very intentionally a joke. It's a long running bit between a few of us in short rest. Now, I can recall one of my players decided to go a different, like, I'd been like seeding this one plot point, and they were super interested in it. And then one of my players was like, guys, we should go do this instead, and like completely tore them off. And I very, very keenly recall, it was completely a joke, and everyone found it very funny. We're all in on it. Very keenly recalled lifting up my notes and just ripping them in half in front of them on camera, and completely blew that particular player's mind. He was like, "I'm so sorry." That was fun. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to scrap notes.
Just get rid of it.
Like,
you don't
or
need
just
it.
Like, scrap notes. Like, adapt your notes.
Yeah, and you know, I can firmly say there have been like entire wiki articles I wrote on particular characters and areas that they completely disregarded and completely left behind, and either never happened, or I just moved them or utilized them for something else later. Like, kind of, I think the hallmark of like a GM is having a bunch of ideas that never came to fruition. Like, if you have a ton of ideas that didn't happen, you're doing a really good job.
It makes me laugh because, like, you mentioned, like, you have like wiki article about like characters from some NPC. No, I run Humblewood on Tuesday.
Yeah.
There's a NPC named Johan. He's a falcon-looking fellow. I have a name. I have, you know, the fact that he has kids and he has a blue barn. That's basically my notes for it. I'm like lifting the curtain here. People that play Humblewood with me, that's most of my note.
That's it. Don't watch. Go back to chat. Don't watch.
But yet, the fact that, you know, this little fella exists there has been such a big deal for my players. The blue barn thing has been going on for like the past couple episodes.
Oh my god. I mean, sometimes it's kind of the thing too. Is like I can recall I completely off the cuff improv because one of my players was like, "I'm gonna go buy some pastries." I was like, "Okay, we're doing that now." And you know, you can always just go, "Okay, you go buy some pastries. Here's what you get." That's fine. That works. But sometimes I'm weird and I'm like, "Okay, we're going to roleplay buying pastries and see how this goes." And so I completely created a new shop that was just grandma's goods, and it was just this old elven lady behind a counter, like 800 years old, serving cookies, living her life. And they loved her so much, they went back like every other week, and I had nothing for her. She was just completely out of my head randomly. And I can remember that nearing like the end, there's like this big arc where one of the NPCs was like having like a staging rebellion that the party was part of, and the party was like, "Whoa, where did you get this knowledge about us to figure out these things?" It was like, "Grandma," because she was the whole time she was in on it. She was like a mole, and it was so funny to me because you can do that. You don't have to. You have these characters that can start as like nothing, and then they'll develop into things that the party loves, and whether or not that's written down or it's all in your head, like you can move a story forward and involve things that the players are interested in a story, just seemingly at random, to be honest with you. And as long as you tie it in together, it can create some of the funniest and most interesting moments in a game.
You never know what your players are going to be like. Oaktown. Like you can have like this very important NPC that you took time like naming, having information about them,
Yeah.
making them like actually important plot hook there. Nah, they're gonna fucking ignore it. They love Boblin the Goblin there. Way
Boblin
more
the
interesting.
Goblin, 100%. One of the biggest characters in our long-running campaign was named Orsh, and he was just a dude. He was just an orc at a smith that was like he didn't have like a lot of, he was really good at what he did, but he couldn't speak very well. He was learning, and they like helped him with stuff, and they bought him books, and like they just decided they loved this guy, and he was like, okay, and was just kind of there for it. And later on in the story, the smithing the main smith that he worked for ended up getting destroyed, and the person that owned it was dead in the attack and stuff like that, and he inherited it and then became the party's main go-to smith and ran
There
the
you
thing,
go.
and it became a guild, and they like he fought and died with them like at the end of the game. Like it was like where does it come from? Nowhere. That's the secret.
As the GM, you can never tell, where they're gonna take a story. Like,
Exactly.
I know, like, what game that I'm not running, it's a game I'm playing. First campaign, there was a crewmate on a ship that we run on, an half-orc fella named Smash.
Smash.
We love Smash. Like, he became one of our, like, favorite NPC and most beloved NPC. He was a big, silly imbo, and we loved him so much.
We stand himbos.
Yeah.
They're so good. They're so good. But yeah, I think so. I think just to condense that down, to summarize that, don't be afraid to steer. You're not in the driver's seat. You have a train, you have tracks. They're gonna flip the train over. Sometimes you just want to, wherever they crash the train, put a road sign. Like you guide them.
Your players are absolutely going to suplex that train. And if you understand the reference, yeah, I like you.
Of course I do.
Sometimes you just got to suplex a train and deal with the aftermath. But
Exactly. And that's the fun part, is dealing with the aftermath.
that's when, like, improv skill do come in handy.
Oh god, yeah, absolutely. Like, and
It is.
you don't have to take an improv class either. Just get some friends around a group and just do some improv mini games for fun.
Yeah, improv minigame are the best. Like,
You genuinely will improve, and it's hilarious.
if you can take improv class and do improv somewhere else, go for it.
Do it.
It's fun. You just become more professional silly person. That's it.
Yeah. Everyone wants to be a professional silly person deep down, right? Like I think everyone needs that in their life a little bit.
Yeah, it's good to be able to accept that we are being silly sometimes. It's okay to be silly. It's actually healthy to be silly sometimes.
Yeah, well, like you said in the interview that we did together, which was totally not 30 minutes ago and was yesterday.
You're just wearing the same shirt 2 days in a row, Derek.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not going to be wearing this shirt in the game in 20 minutes, and that's just because I felt like I wasn't going to. Don't worry about it.
You got spaghetti in between and like.
Yeah, exactly. I dropped some stuff on my shirt, and don't ask how I know that already. Time is a soup, but like you mentioned, don't be afraid to be silly. Like that's the whole thing about it, is like just knowing when to be silly is like a huge thing in like tabletop games and also life. Yeah, like just know when to be silly. Knowing when to be silly will be helpful later today, because the rest of it is going to be terrifying. And again, if you don't like scary things, don't watch it, because I am genuinely hoping to give somebody nightmares. Somebody's gonna walk away from this and not have a good night.
But it's also important, like, in like a scary moment, to be able to have a moment of positivity. Like,
absolutely.
Like wanting to like run like 3 hours of shit is terrifying here. If you just anybody that watch horror film, if it's just like always scary, like beginning with you don't have any moment in between,
Cuts
you
it.
get
Yeah.
super blasé from the movie. Like,
Yeah.
all right, just get over. Get
Yeah.
over.
You need to like have, like you said, those moments of levity. You need to build up to the scary. Like it
Yeah.
can't just be like, like
Yeah.
you have to. There's got to be an environment setting. You got to set the atmosphere. You got to like build up to it. So it might start off and it's really funny and silly and they're having a good time, and then slowly things are kind of getting weird, and then oh my god, and then it's like the last 30 minutes, shit's real bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm 100% with you. Like if it's always scary, you lose the scary part. I don't know why. Like I've got to say, like in a fun way, 100% in a fun way. But I don't know why this year I was like, yeah, I want to scare someone. I just chose violence. Because like I've run Call of Cthulhu so many times, and I've run like really silly, fun games. I've run some generally pretty creepy ones and stuff like that. But I was like, this year I was like, I want them to be terrified. I want them to have a great time, and I want them to be horrified. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to walk away going, "Wow, that was crazy."
It's gonna be a fairly wild ride.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can only expect it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like, I know we're getting short on time here, but this is like always a fun thing to discuss in that whenever I make a game, especially for GR, but just especially one shots in general, whenever I make a one shot, GRs especially, I want to make not just like a game. I try to challenge myself, because I've been GMing for so long. I try to challenge myself to make a unique experience. Like I want to make something that like almost it's almost inimitable. You know what I mean? Like I could run it again for another group of people and it would be wildly different, or I could never run it again and it's that one unique experience that hasn't been done before. And so, I tend to like choose just a couple of like weird things, like the Call of Cthulhu game in 2021. The enemies, the ghosts of spirits, they moved on their own. They had their own randomized pathfinding through the house and would only go to specific areas. And so and I couldn't see them either. And the game would pause when the players got spotted by one. And that scared the shit out of me, because like I would just be like DMing and things would be normal, and then one would pop up in the door and I'd be like, oh god. It's just like I wasn't ready for it. And so that was like,
when a GM gets scared by his own thing,
right? Like, so that was kind of the goal there. Is I was like, okay, so how do I make this unique? Okay, so I'm just going to make it so that not even I know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
And so that was really exciting for that one. God, I'm trying to remember my 2020 GR game. It's been 3 years now. Putting it together.
It's taking the 4.
4, yeah.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's the 4th year that we're running games. We've been doing that since 2020. I know it sounds weird because it's 2023, but trust us, it makes sense. We've done
Believe
like
us.
2021 and doing.
Yeah. But yeah, it's I always try to make something like really unique. Like I've been working on a Cyberpunk 2077 inspired Cyberpunk Red game. Artel Sorian Games, check them out. They make incredible stuff.
Yeah.
One of the like such an oldie but amazing company. Could not recommend them more. Mike Pondsmith is a absolute fucking legend. Shout out. On the tiny infinitesimal chance that you're seeing this, but
never know.
You never know. But I'd been preparing it in such a way that there was like an overworld map and they could click in and it would zoom into different districts of the city and stuff like that. And I'm still working on it. But it's all rolls back into that. Like, how can I make a one shot or a multi-shot that like offers an experience to the players that like isn't a thing, you know what I mean? And you can't really do that with a campaign, because you run a campaign and like a gimmick becomes a gimmick after a while, you know what I mean? But like when you do it as a one shot and you make it a little gimmicky, you give it some unique things, like it's really, really cool for the 4 hours that it matters, and then they don't have to care about it ever again. And so that's kind of like, like if I ran Reunion as a full-length campaign, all of the door opening animations every time they open a door in any haunted location.
It would be tiresome after like game 2.
Yeah, it'd be torturous. But for like one game, that's terrifying. You know what I mean? Because like it's such a weird thing that you don't see. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Exactly.
And sometimes I just can't be bothered. As much as I loved
valid.
running Junkstar last year, I was like, so much shit happened in my life. I was like, I'm not wasting my time trying to make this unique. I'm just gonna make some bullshit fun. Like just blow shit up. Action movie, mechs. We're having a good time. You know what I mean? Exactly. God, I'm pretty sure that ended with pirate screaming poggers at the top of their lungs, and that was, it stuck with me. But yeah,
you
and
wanted
so there you
something a
go.
bit more serious than like Junkstar, like you did last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you debating from anything else, like besides like Call of Cthulhu horror this year, or like, was this like your like number one on the list, and that's what's stuck?
That's a really good question. Yes and no, actually. So I knew, I was pretty sure I wanted to run this game in some capacity, because I have a ton of ideas in my head and had a bunch of ideas buzzing around. I was like, probably around like October of last year, I was like, oh, what am I gonna run for GR this in 2023? What am I gonna do? And then I remembered that I had kicked around running this game.
Yeah.
And I think I like emergency added it as like a milestone for 2022.
What's
we
the
were like
milestone
trying to
last
find
year?
Yeah, we were trying to find milestone ideas. And I was like, fuck it, put this idea that I had up there. And it was originally I wanted to run it in a system called Fear Itself that I haven't tried yet, but was like really interested in it, because I've been trying to branch out into some more horror tabletop games, because I really do enjoy Call of Cthulhu and the way it plays. But I admittedly, although nothing against Chaosium in general, I think they're great. They're doing awesome work. It with the roots in Lovecraft's work, it leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I'm very much not a fan of, like, I love cosmic horror and horror in general, but I'm not a fan of him as a person or really his works.
That's fully valid.
So it leaves this sort of man, I kind of want something else. I want to run something else. I want to run a different game, as fun as the system is. So I was looking into some other games and wanted to run one of those, but I just didn't have the time to like familiarize myself with them. And having run Lancer for the first time ever for GR last year, I was like, I need something I'm familiar with already for this year, just to kind of have a bit of a safer bet in terms of like what I'm doing.
Wait, it's super fun to like just jump in, don't know the system, run for the first time. I've done that
is.
before.
It is fun.
I've done that multiple times.
For this game though, there were so many already like weird ideas in my head that I was like, I need to be distracted with like the weird bullshit I'm inserting into it, and not distracted by, wait, how does that work again? You know what I mean? And so I was like, okay, we'll just do Call of Cthulhu, save me the stress involved there, and just blast through it and have a great time. And it's definitely allowed me to focus on a lot more of the weirder aspects of the game. And I think shit's gonna get pretty crazy, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, looking forward to it. I'm sure that your players they're gonna be a bunch of fun and interesting moments for them. That we have not spoke about here because we don't want to spoil things. But I think that's pretty much about where we are at for times. I don't have, I should have put a timer on, but why would I do that?
Just go on internal clock and have some weird talks.
That's right. So yeah, well, I mean, it's a bit of blast talk to you, but I've been talking to you for like the past couple of weeks on a weekly basis for other bullshit.
Yeah, go to bed, get some dinner.
That's right. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, what do you do? Where people can find you and all that jazz?
Yeah,
Once again,
absolutely. So
what do you do? Shit.
Exactly. I've been Derek. Hello. You can find me on Twitter and Tumblr primary. Mostly Tumblr because Twitter is on fire and it scares me. At TeahouseTales, I do a lot of pixel art. I'm way into Monster Hunter, Katamari, Pokemon lately. I can't stop playing Pokemon lately. And when I do post things, which I'll be posting again soon, as I kind of figure out. I don't know. I guess whatever weird moral conundrum I find myself in with the state of the art communities these days.
There you go.
And you can catch me there for tabletop stuff and for pixel art, and you can find me here on GR and eventually again on Twitch at SRD&D or Short Rest Team.
Yeah, or wherever they find you after.
Wherever. I don't know. I might be somewhere else in a bit.
Exactly.
We'll find out.
Only future will tell. But yeah,
Exactly.
thank you again, and thank you for everybody for watching that and spending some time with watching Derek and I just talk shit. That's usually what happened when we just talk, and it actually usually goes on more tension than this.
Yeah,
This was
this
fairly
is like the
structured.
most put together that we've been in a while.
But yeah, as a reminder, we are this year raising fund for Take This, which is a wonderful organization who helps promote mental health through gaming and things like TTRPG and other type of games. So yeah, you can do exclamation mark. I'm assuming charity, donate, whatever the command is. It's usually the same type of command.
It's all around
It's
us.
gonna be in the title below. Somebody's gonna be
Yeah,
able to put it in chat probably by now.
It's
If
probably
they
in
don't
the
do it,
bar.
give it like a second or two. Like I'm sure Armada are gonna figure it out, or you can probably do it yourself. I mean, it's gonna be right there. But yeah, do it. Donate. Support the cause. They're wonderful people. Your incentive will most likely impact game and also create more fuckery for people at the table. So
And make some positive change.
make some positive change.
Yeah.
Cook somebody. It's a win-win situation if you ask me.
I
We
agree.
have as part of this many giveaway donate and option that are probably gonna be listed somewhere around. I don't know where. I don't see any
Bar, one of these.
bar somewhere.
The host will tell you about them in like
The
5
host.
minutes. It's gonna be
Exactly.
really awkward if this is my host block. I just realized.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so awkward.
I really
I
hope that
it's not me.
I really hope that this is Derek's host block.
No, man.
So, so that you can essentially pass Derek and tell future Derek to suck it and deal with it.
Fuck you, man. It's like-
But yeah, it's been lovely, and yeah, we'll see you in a bit with Reunion, Call of Cthulhu one shot, which will be probably silly, spooky, and all sort of things.
It would be delightfully devilish.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you again, and I'll care. See you around.
Bye, everyone.
You know, it could have been really, really awesome. It could have been so very awesome to have Derek, give their interview and then do the announcing. But sadly, you're stuck with me. Hi, I'm Selinye. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm going to be keeping you guys entertained for the next 45-ish minutes until the next game. And I am super excited about this next game. Okay. So, first of all, let's do a quick reminder why we're all here. We're here because we are raising money for Take This. And I'm sure a lot of people in the GR community are like, hey, we know who Take This is, right? But you know what? Just in case, here's some cool things about Take This that you may not know. They have participated in over 100 panels and talks and spearheaded dozens of those panels, including, ones at GDC. They launched the AFK Room program in 2014 to provide a place for convention attendees to relax and recharge. If you've been able to take advantage of those AFK rooms, because I know I have, you'll know how amazing those are, because it is super easy to get overwhelmed at a convention. The AFK rooms have served over 13,000 individuals across 42 rooms at in-person and online events, and I'm sure it's actually been more than that by this point. It was originally founded in 2012, the first mental health organization of its kind in the game industry specifically. And they've worked, with, they've got a streaming ambassador program. Words are hard. I was trying to think of some names of people that that I know that are involved in Take This. And it's Friday afternoon and names have completely escaped me. But there we go. So, note to self, Take This is amazing. I'm going to keep you all distracted, entertained, whatever I do. So there we go. So that's why we're here. We're here to raise funds for Take This and take that bar, that wonderful bar that's there on the bottom of the screen, and we're going to make it Take This Orange. And you can see we've already got $25 in there, which is awesome. So we're just going to have to push the rest of the way to that 3,000 over the weekend. That's I think what we're gonna like just chant this weekend. Turn that bar orange, or make that bar orange, because it's cooler than like the thermometers, that you always see the thermometers like, hey, we're raising the temperature or whatever. No, let's make this bar Take This Orange. So how are we doing that? We're doing that with a weekend of entertainment. That's how we're doing it. Lots of games. You'll see some familiar faces. You'll see some new faces. All getting together to support this wonderful organization. The next game that's coming up is thank you for that, Awkwardish Panda. Cypher of Tyr is on the board, and there is a list of streaming ambassadors. Awkwardish Panda is making Nightbot mad, but there we go. I got the sword. I can make that happen. So if you want to see the list of Take This ambassadors, you can hit that twitch.tv link. Thanks again, Awkwardish Panda, for throwing that out there, even though Nightbot's being grouchy. It's all for the safety of the community. We trust you, but there's some questionable links out there. We need to avoid those. Nightbot is just doing their job, man. All right, so what was I going to talk about? The next game. That's what I was going to talk about. So the next game is with our very own TeahouseTales telling the story. I'm going to go ahead and list the cast. We've got TeahouseTales as the storyteller. Pronouns in my bio: Bloodthread, Shears, Kyle, and Miss Priscilla as the cast. I'm so excited. So let me tell you about this game called Reunion. A group of old friends gather and reunite to visit their old high school before its upcoming demolition. However, Whisperbrook's high's troubled history and countless survivors may have more truth to them than expected. Countless rumors. Oh my gosh, I can't even read. If the party has any hope of survival, they must face dangerous spirits, gather clues, and dig up the truth of Whisperbrook's darkest secret before the school consumes them, as it has so many others. Doesn't that sound like just everyday high school? No, it sounds worse than everyday high school. So join us at 5 o'clock for Reunion, a Call of Cthulhu one-shot inspired by found footage movies and Junji Ito, fully illustrated and animated in 1-bit pixel art, done by TeahouseTales. So, we are getting a visual adventure going to be so awesome. I'm so stoked. I might have gotten a bit of a preview. Might have seen some of the cool things that are going to happen. Just saying. It's worth it. I also want to go ahead and throw out there. We've got some pretty awesome sponsors for this event. One of them being Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice has been the OG sponsor of this stream for a while. GR is sponsored by them. They pride themselves on their exceptional attention to detail and their trend-setting designs that captivate the imagination and enhance the storytelling experience. Because everybody knows good dice are the way that you win a game, right? Every character needs a new set. And their vast selection of premium metal and polymer dice caters to adventurers and strategists of all budgets, ensuring everyone can indulge in the finest gaming tools without plundering their coin purse. See the amazing dice using GR's Dice affiliate link. There we go. Port GR. Get some dice. We had a GR specific set a while back that I managed to get in a contest. I'm super stoked. They're so pretty. And I think I've picked up a couple other sets too. But the customer service is always great at Die Hard Dice. Make sure that you mention that GR sent you. They will send you little notes when you get the dice. It's so awesome. Oh, there they are, the Wellspring dice, and they are still available. So cool. Thanks for checking that out for me. I could not remember. Derek keeping me on my toes. So let's see. What do we got? We got $25. We did get a $5 donation from Kaylee during the first game for Strike. One of the cast members during the first game is Strike Red Kite. So, you know, Strike showed up on screen. $5 showed up. I'm super happy about that. Thank you for your donation, Kaylee. I am super excited to see more of that orange in the bar. Here I am clicking around. So many things. All right. Other things to take note of. We were talking about Die Hard Dice, right? And what is a fundraiser without incentives? So, for a $10 minimum donation, you can get yourself entered to win one of 3 $25 Die Hard Dice gift cards. Embark on a journey to elevate your gaming experience beyond the mundane with Die Hard Dice, the friendliest haven for dice enthusiasts. You know what? I can't even argue with that. They are probably the friendliest dice company I have dealt with. Incentives, they put the fun in fundraiser. I'm just glad that we are not being overrun by water puns. That being said, if people do want to share their favorite puns, I will totally throw some out there. We had some really good ones this morning. What other incentives? We've got a whole bunch of other incentives. What else? We also talked about 1985 games earlier. We've got, for a $15 donation, you can win a bundle of 3 different Deck of Stories booster packs. The NPC booster packs 1 and 2 and the gear pack. These helpful cards give you the tools to create engaging and memorable NPCs and take your game to the next level with no additional prep work. Keep in mind, anything that we need to ship is only valid for US addresses. So keep that in the back of your brain. Unfortunately, international shipping is just really difficult right now. And there's embargoes, legal stuff, all the fun stuff. It was quite the splash earlier today. Speaking of earlier today, we did have a really great game of Blades in the Dark. That ended up with the group walking away from explosions, superhero style, buildings set on fire, and it featured a pet. Totally down for that. It was exciting. I can't wait to see the wrap up later on today. I get so distracted every time I'm looking at the screen and the 1985 TTRPG dice set, the red dice set that we have as the incentive, shows up, and I just kind of stare at it and I'm like, those are so pretty. My brain gets distracted by shiny things. Additionally, exclusive to the end of to the reunion game, the Call of Cthulhu one shot. If you donate $5 for the end of reunion, you can be entered for a chance to win a Steam key for the indie horror game World of Horror. Experience the quiet terror of this one-bit love letter to Junji Ito and navigate a hellish roguelike reality with turn-based combat and unforgiving choices. Now, I will warn you, and the content warnings are going to come up in chat. The the game coming up, it's got some stuff, right? Reunion has death, confronting loss, bullying, insects, described gore, disturbing visuals, drowning, murder, and ghosts. So as much as I would like to say, check out the scary game, if it's not your thing, that's cool. We appreciate you. Lurk, mute the stream. Also, other ways to support GR that are not financial. Check out the tweets. Retweet the tweets. Like the tweets. Comment. Hang out and chat. Awkwardish Panda is saying that they're the good child. Don't believe it. Don't believe it, Awkwardish Panda. Don't believe it. Watching you. No. Save donations to torture Dimples. That's awesome. Do you know who else you will be torturing with Dimples? Torturing me. Bring it on. Chaos for a cause. Bring the chaos. What else can I talk about? You know what? Let's talk about. You've seen some really awesome art thus far, right? I really want to give some thanks to Mrs. Rafiki and Frey, our artists for the event, and or Sketchy Goblin. And I want to go ahead and throw out there as one of the incentives for a $50 donation, you can get a chance to win one of 3 colored portrait commissions from Sketchy Goblin, GR's very own art team lead. Sketchy, you can see their art in the portraits for Reunion, Norwood Secret, and Weird Wizard School. So you can easily see some examples of their work this year in the one-shots. They've also done work for GR Crew in previous years for the one-shots. And I gotta say, Frey's amazing. Frey's art is amazing. You should take advantage of this. Like, Word Fangirl is correct. The art is so freaking good. Witchy, chaos is happening. That's what's happening. You know, chaos. The best kind of chaos. All Toreadors are disasters. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think we're all disasters. As a person who has played a Toreador multiple times, and the reskin of the Toreador, the Deva, done that too. No, I've also played Toreador. I have done other things too.
Absolutely.
Apparently, our big dog is begging for the pizza that Strike brought home for me to eat. I'm having to watch mine because the last thing I want is the dog to eat. Yes. Yes. Balder is my 60-pound red husky. He's amazing. He is a doof. Balder, Word Fangirl says, "Hi, doggo, I love you." Balder even has his own emotes. Also, thanks for the shout out for Word Fangirl. None of that shout out stuff. That's what we do here. Sometimes the chaos is supporting our friends. And thank you, Strike, for putting pictures of the boy into the GR Discord. Oh, yes. And there are more incentives for reunion. And I would love to give them to you once Derek sends them to me. Because he didn't put them in the document for me because he's grounded. He's grounded. Just kidding. Whenever you get a chance, Derek, send him on over. Because, you know, any reasons to cause chaos, I'm totally down for. Especially if it means scaring people. I mean, supporting charity. Scaring people by supporting charity. Supporting charity by scaring people. You know, one of the two or three. So I know we have talked about items that we can ship. Don't worry, we have some incentives that are not physical items, that are PDFs that we can handle with the international community. $10 donation will give you a chance to win a PDF of our Telorsian games, A Tome of Chaos. It's a supplement for The Witcher TTRPG, which gives you a number of new spells, invocations, and rituals to take your game to new heights. Because we have a theme. The theme is chaos. Okay, Hit Point Press and 1985 games are North America friendly. All right, rock on. That's a great clarification. Thank you for that. $19.85 games is rad. Buy all the dice. Yes. They're awesome sponsors. Ooh, tattoos. Tattoos are always fun, especially fresh tattoos. We're just basically gonna chat with chat for the next few minutes. I think that's as good enough thing to do as any. So, Balder doesn't scream like a baby. He kind of like, I'm not gonna do a an impression of Balder. I do, however, have a video of Balder singing the song of his people, and I will see about posting it in the Discord if you really want to hear it. Okay, what if I did though? So, you know what? If we can get, I don't know, $10-ish in donations by the end of my shift, right? I'll go cheap. $10 in the next 10 to 15-ish minutes. I will totally do an impression of Balder on stream. I am not above such things. It's good for charity. Plus, it'll get more of the bar. Turn the bar orange. Aha! There they are. There they are. Rock on. Thank you, Derek. All right. So, we do have incentives for the reunion game based on tarot cards. I'm super excited about this. All right. So, for a $10 donation, you get the High Priestess. Make the next skill check rolled by your chosen player easier. Include the player of your choice in your donation message. $10. Help your friends out. $25. The incentive name is the Hermit. Give the party a warning about the spirit that is nearest to them, telling them its location, but not which spirit it is. Ooh. Chat can get super helpful. I like that. For $35 donation, you got two options. The first one is the Star. Give the party guidance by leading them in the general direction of the next piece of the investigation. Or the Fool. Risk your afterlife to lead the nearest spirit away from the party's location. Now we're getting into the chaos. $50. The incentive name is the Devil. Bring ruin to the party's plans by drawing the nearest spirit towards them. They will be warned of your treachery and the coming danger. Ooh. Oh, it happened. It happened. All right, let me finish the next incentives, and then it will happen. All right, for $50 also, you can also pull the Emperor tarot card. Use what little energy you have to temporarily seal a spirit away, removing them from play for a short time. Make sure to specify which spirit in your donation comment. For $75 donation, you've got the Tower. Every journey is lined with failures, and you'll ensure that this one is no different. The next roll a player fails must be pushed and may bring glory or catastrophe. Then the last of the incentives for the game, the last one is a $100 donation, the World. The fate of every spirit trapped in the school and so many other souls, both living and dead, in the outside world rests now on the shoulders of the party. You will not see them fall and grant them the next piece of the mystery they need to solve in order to free the spirits of Whisperbrook. I don't know, man. We got so many options to help the party and some really heinous options to make this harder for the party. All right, so who am I to deny the World Balder song? Oh no, I knew it. I knew if anybody was going to do this, it would be Strike. Oh. Did I also donate to do this to myself for $25? Is that what happened, Strike? We are a team. So apparently, Strike and Celine, that's me. $25 donation. Hey, let's get that awoo going. All right. So, like I said, Ohana means awoo. Yep. So, like I said, Baldur doesn't do the traditional, whiny. That's not him. He kind of has like this weird, like gravelly, like foghorn sound, kind of. When he does it, and he's like, oh, that's his noise. That's his noise. That's his awoo. He just it's the weirdest thing. Like, you would expect to be like, the high pitched, husky throwing a fit. Nope. He sounds like a foghorn. Additionally, so I've got the big dog. I also have a very small dog. If you've ever seen me on my individual channel, you will sometimes see my small dog. Her name is Sif. She is a 14-pound miniature schnauzer. She's a yappy dog. And so the interesting thing about her is when she gets spooked, she actually sounds like a human screaming. Had a situation in which a dog that she didn't know came up on us, and like I get her out of the way, everything's fine, but like one of the neighbors comes out and says, "Oh my god, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Well, that was terrifying. It sounded like you got bit." "No, that was my dog. She was just scared." It's terrifying, but also amusing. I'm sitting here catching up on. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat from my tech person, right? Which is Rafiki, because Rafiki's amazing. And look down, I'm like, oh my gosh, did I do something wrong? Nope, everything's fine. Everything's cool. So, real quick, I know I've been going, we're looking at about 15 minutes till start time for the next game. I'm so excited about this. But from what I'm hearing, it is not for the faint of heart. So I'm going to remind everybody the content warnings we've got going on. It is a Call of Cthulhu game. It is very dark. There are some, some things that might make people a little bit uncomfortable. But if you're down for it, I'm excited to see it happen. I'm excited to see it go down. Do a quick reminder for those who may not have been around. This game is done by our very own TeahouseTales. I'll give you the cast. TeahouseTales. We're going to have pronouns in my bio. Blood Thread Shears, Kyle, and Miss Chrysilla as a part of the cast. And it's a group of old friends gather to visit their old high school before its upcoming demolition. However, Whisperbrook High's troubled history and countless rumors may have more truth to them than expected. If the party has any hope of survival, they must face dangerous spirits, gather clues, and dig up the truth of Whisperbrook's darkest secret before the school consumes them, as it has so many others. Join us, again in about 15 minutes for Reunion, a Call of Cthulhu one-shot inspired by found footage movies and Junji Ito, fully illustrated and animated in 1-bit pixel art. Yes, pizza bones. Yeah, honestly, Frey, like, I did see a very small snippet of just one little piece, right, of this game, of the art that Derek put together for it. And I'm super excited to see it. Yes, pizza bones are the crust of the pizza. Pizza bones. I was trying during the last video to convince Frank that we need to do another Rosary Blue game. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think if we press on him hard enough, we might be able to. But again, I do want to remind everybody that there is a donation that is, we've got a couple incentives for the game. We've got incentives that can help and harm the game, associated with tarot cards, and I think we will have a command for those in the chat. We additionally have an exclusive donation. If you donate a minimum of $5 before the end of Reunion, the Call of Cthulhu one-shot, you will be entered for a chance to win a Steam key for the indie horror game World of Horror. Experience the quiet terror of this 1-bit love letter to Junji Ito and navigate a hellish roguelike reality with turn-based combat and unforgiving choices. It's my understanding we have a couple of those. Ooh. Will happily wreck my players' souls with more Call of Cthulhu. I think we would all be down for that. I totally think we would. Aww. We got a $25 donation from Word Fangirl. Thank you for being a great announcer. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You made my day, Word Fangirl. You made my day. Considering that right before I hopped on to do the announcing, I had a quarterly review with my boss for my goals. That, not that it went poorly, but you know, it's always stressful, right? To do that. So to get a compliment after, I'm totally down for that. Okay, so it wasn't, so psst, just so you know, it wasn't from Word Fangirl. It's from Fan Word Girl. Close, but not the same. Word Fangirl is super nice. That's what I'm saying. But I have been said that I am not supposed to tell people they're being nice. So I'm not saying anything. But I hear rumors of the niceness. Just saying. Do. No, I will not start singing. I will not. We'll save everybody from that. We're going to put the donate link out there just in case people didn't see it. Also want to remind everybody, here's a really cool website for GR Crew. You want to find out more about GR Crew? Volunteer for the event, you know, that sort of stuff. Check out the website. It's really cool. Really, really cool. the staff has put together a lot of work this year to make this event awesome, and I am super excited to see it come together. Super excited. This is actually one of the events that I look forward to every year for the last few years that I have been able to participate. Also, just throwing it out there, I know that the world is rough. All sorts of stuff is going on. We're fundraising for Take This, but if you need assistance, right? If you are struggling, please, please, please reach out, right? You don't have to struggle alone. Oh, we don't see pronouns, by the way. Pronouns isn't here. They're invisible. Oh, for sure. They do have amazing options. I am a big advocate of mental health. I am especially an advocate of mental health where people can, you know, in places where it's not normally thought of. And the gaming community is one of them. So I am excited about Take This as mission, and that GR Crew is, you know, supporting them with their fundraising efforts this year. All right, everybody, it's almost that time. It's almost that time. I have been your host, Selinye. My pronouns are she, her. I will be here later on this week. I'll be in a game as well as some more announcer shifts. I'm super excited to be a part of this. Super excited to be able to hang out with you guys for the last few minutes. Keep you guys entertained, keep the energy going, and I cannot wait to see what Derek has put together for this next game. Thanks for hanging out. Now I think I'm going to sneak myself away for some pizza.